Seemed like some people found that intro hook funny as well.
Nice.
Apparently, I was what's the word? Like it was heartwarming to see that I was emotionally invested in you as a coach. Something like that.
It was funny. And you're like, oh no, I'm kind of just playing it up for the fun of it, for the laugh. And Ozzy was like, nah, you actually mean it. Let's go, sir. That was funny.
It was quite a good fun cast actually, in general. Like.
Yeah. Hopefully Ozzy's mic will be much better for the next one. I haven't gotten a message back from him yet. If he got it figured out or not.
Yeah, I don't know. He definitely knows to do it, but talked to him about it a little bit as well. Whether or not he's done it is completely no matter.
I got a game up if you want to join.
Yeah, I was just finishing putting out promos quick for stream, and I'm coming on.
Okay.
Oh, how many of these games have we got of Quark and Artosis?
2.
So how are we going to describe it? As like just a series, or are we breaking them down into individual games? Or
I like to just say this is a game between the two, and then at the end of the first game, then I just go to the second game. Hey, surprise! There's 2 games. You know what I mean?
yeah, okay.
So that people aren't spoiled for how
Hey, what's up?
you know how long the games are or whatever.
Oh, hey, what's up, Love Snow and Ace?
They just think they're coming into like a 40-minute cast, and then they got 2 games in there.
All right. I'm sure they're gonna be happy with that.
I don't know. I don't know if they really like it or not, but I feel like it's a good way to go.
Get 2 for the price of 1. They only come in thinking, just a random ladder game. Ooh, we'll get to see a rematch kind of thing. Yeah, man. I think so. We'd be into that.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sure, everything's working.
Oh, do you want to do a sample recording, or you?
Okay, I'll do a sample recording here. Check, sound check.
Check. 1 2 1 2.
Check that. Oh, didn't stop the recording. Oh yeah, you sound way better.
Nice.
Okay, good. What's going on, everybody? We got a special cast here for you today. It's going to be Artosis versus Quark, and as you can see, the shit talk has already begun here. So far, Artosis not firing back yet, but this is a long-standing rivalry between these two.
Yeah, it certainly is. It kind of allegedly it started out with Quark apparently just happening to bump into Artosis on the ladder, and Artosis got a little bit angry at him and accused him of stream sniping him, and Quark found that a little bit funny and then just couldn't help himself from actually doing that for real for quite some time. So he's been sniping him many times over the years, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea for a streamer like Quark. Just stream snipe the biggest streamer on the platform. Try to, get your game seen by a few people, and it's worked out pretty well for him. Artosis, however, he is just not having it at all. He does not enjoy playing against this guy, I don't think. And as you can see, his APM 450 to Quark's 150, but Quark still manages to take games off of him.
Yeah, Quark's a very, very intellectual player. He likes to really analyze his games on the fly, and he's very thoughtful. He kind of needs to make up for his lack of mechanical prowess, so to speak. And Artosis is a very mechanically strong player, so we can see Artosis wanting to rely on that strength of his and trying to outmuscle Quark going forward here, already spamming his heart out, getting his fingers warmed up.
Yeah, Artosis is pretty quick. I don't think he utilizes that quickness very much, though. Like, he definitely has the mechanical ability to do things like drop play and, plenty of vulture run-bys, throwing mines all around the map. But he tends to be very passive, sitting back and kind of not really leaning into that advantage that he has.
Yeah, it's true. He's a very passive player and usually doesn't have enough map control or map vision even, and that can usually bite him in the ass quite a lot when he gets caught blindsided by something he maybe should have been able to scout just by having a little bit more map vision and presence out there trying to figure out what's going on rather than just sitting back at home and trying to macro up. It looks like, interestingly enough, on Butter here, Quark not even going to bother to scout or try for the gas steal or anything. He's just going to be sitting here, making a core, making a gas, and trying to squeeze out a little bit of extra minerals, trying to sneak out this probe to make this Nexus. I think he's skipping the Dragoon, and he wants to get this Nexus super fast at 17 supply, yeah. Yeah, Quark likes to do this sort of rangeless style where he skips the Dragoon and the range and gets the really fast Nexus.
So I guess he's going to follow this up with the Robo as well, too, right? There's no reason to have this much gas.
Yeah, Quark also likes to get super fast Robo and Observers. He likes to get the Observer into the Terran base as soon as possible, so he can kind of adjust his build on the fly relative to what the Terran is doing.
Well, what the Terran is doing is nothing special here, just getting out his own command center as quickly as possible. Looks like he only built one. Oh, he's got 3 Marines now. But skipping that bunker for now, he sees everything that's going on in the Protoss base. He knows he doesn't need that extra defense here. We'll be getting his factory down pretty quickly. Still haven't seen a Robo go down for Quark just yet. What is this building up behind here? Oh, it is a Robo above the gas.
And I'm actually, the SCV actually didn't see that, I don't think, because the pylon will actually, the pylon will actually prevents the SCV getting in scouting range of that Robo. So it's actually going to be a little bit blindsided for Artosis here. But he will be able to figure this out quite soon once he sees the Observer inside his main base quite early on, around just before 6 minutes, 6-ish minutes, I believe.
Quark, not really a Reaver player, so yeah, just going to be those Observers coming across the map here soon. First Dragoon playing super defensive, just going to sit here in the natural and the probe out in front of the main. Meanwhile, Artosis is going to sneak another SCV around the map. He is going to get a scout off, looks like. Going the very, very long way here to make sure he's not spotted and the Dragoon doesn't just chase that down.
Yeah, right now, though...
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, right now, though, Quark really cut his production early game, trying to optimize against Artosis. He kind of knows Artosis' style a little bit, so he's kind of trying to metagame him a little bit. We see the Observatory finished way before 5 minutes. Observer already going to be on the way for Quark, so we'll have this Observer inside the main base of the Terran right around 6 minutes, so he'll be able to identify pretty much anything that Artosis could possibly throw at him, any kind of 5-factory push or anything. This will help Quark really metagame Artosis going forward. And this is one of the things that Quark does so well, is he's really good at reading the early game and trying to adjust his build and line his economic and tech curve as well as possible with the Terran player, so he can take advantage of the fact that he doesn't quite have the same like attacking micro that most Protoss players do have to overwhelm Terran positions.
And that SCV didn't get any more information. It just saw the 3 Dragoons at the natural. We've got no upgrades coming so far for Artosis here. Instead, just focusing on building up some tanks.
It looks like he wants...
Yeah, go ahead.
It looks like he wanted to maybe consider doing some kind of like 5 tank push, kind of. He even squeezed out an extra Marine, which was interesting. I'm not sure if he's concerned about maybe a little bit of a pressure play coming from Quark coming up, and maybe he doesn't feel quite safe. It was interesting that he made that extra Marine. If he was making more Marines, it would make me think that he would want to do like maybe like a 3 tank push, but he's not. So I think it's going to be more like a 5 to 7 tank. Oh, it's going to be a 3 tank push, but only with 4 Marines. I'm not sure this is wise.
Yeah, he's going to go for the speed and mines at the same time here. So just pure Vulture is going to come out of him after this, and he's going to look for an opportunity to run by, I think, into the main here. He's going to draw these Dragoons and Zealots out of the natural area and then try to run by and get here into the natural in the main, throw some mines down behind Quark. But Quark has his observer all over this army. He knows exactly where it is and where it's going. He's got an observer here in the natural as well, so he sees no more factors being thrown down just yet. Everything's seen here by Quark. How will he respond?
Well, currently he only had 2 gateway production, but he was producing on them quite solidly, so he does have a healthy count of 7 Dragoons to these 3 tanks, just barely enough to keep them at bay. There'll be siege mode on the way as well. These Vultures already have their speed and mines, so could come in here and do a lot of damage if Quark's not careful. Also have a little shuttle loading up with some Zealots for the bomb in case Artosis was able to get up some kind of contain. He would just be able to Zealot bomb on top of those tanks and deal with that. So yeah, I'm not too sure about this move out from Artosis here. It's good as long as he doesn't lose these tanks. He needs to pull back from this high ground position right now, because Quark can come down in there and punish him if he's not careful. 1 tank is already on a little bit of HP damage. We do have the shuttle coming in now, so Artosis is going to have to evacuate this position or risk losing all of these units. Marines try targeting down the shuttle while the Dragoons are distracted with the mines, but Zealots getting out on top of those Marines going to be able to clean up those nicely, and now luckily the 3 tanks are going to be able to get out of there alive, which is the main important thing. The fact that Artosis didn't lose these tanks maybe will give him a good position in this game going forward. We also saw some probes going down in the natural expansion during this time, so did get a lot of economic damage to Quark during that, and has delayed the 3rd base of Quark critically. So currently had about 10 workers, and we've delayed the Protoss' 3rd base while putting on the pressure, and we didn't lose any tanks. So right now I really like Artosis' position.
Yeah, that was exactly as expected. Running by 2 Vultures there as the Dragoons moved out of the natural. Got about 7 kills on one of those Vultures, and I think 1 or 2 kills on the other. So really nicely done there by our Terran player, Artosis. Can he roll this into a win? Because on the other side of the map, there is Arbiter Tech on the way here with Stasis Field rather than Recall. What do you think about Stasis Field here?
It can be really good, especially against a player like Artosis. He's not someone that like spends a lot of time splitting his tanks up, so he will have these like just big clumps of tanks quite stereotypically, so you can really abuse that. At the higher end of the skill spectrum, Arbiters tend to lose their value a little bit. They're easy to use units, but they kind of lose their value against really skilled Terrans, so I think it's a great choice against someone of Artosis' caliber. If he was a much higher ranked Terran, maybe this wouldn't be the most optimal play. Maybe you want to go into Gateway Shuttle Man with Storms and stuff, but I think against Artosis here, the fast Stasis is more than adequate.
I think that Stasis is perfect for Quark's style and in his APM.
Mm-hmm. It's much easier to use.
Arbiter, much easier to use. It just requires a lot of precision, right? You have to move forward with everything at the same time, and then get the proper stasis on the proper groups of tanks, and then you can pretty much take that fight. So we'll see how he's able to utilize that here. So far, Artosis setting up a really good position out in front of his natural, getting his tanks spread out. Bunch of buildings being thrown down here as well. It's not all buildable terrain, but there are a few spots around it can be built on. And throw in maybe another supply depot over here on the left, maybe another one on the right, just kind of clog this area up. But he does need to spread these tanks even further. Like, I don't like to see even 2 tanks right next to each other. 3 tanks is a little bit too much. Anything more than that could be a game-winning stasis for Quark.
Oh, absolutely, especially with the amount of arbiters he's going to have, because he started making them fairly early on. He has like a really fast, like 10-minute stasis timing almost, and I think already like 2 or 3 arbiters out on the map. So it's going to be a little bit scary for Artosis if he doesn't get those EMPs and vessels out pretty soon. There's also going to probably be some recalls into the main base at some point. Already some anti-recall defense up, but not a lot, just a few mines and some turrets, but that can be more than enough to buy you some time and whittle down the force of the recall to help make it cost efficient for the Terran player. And we do see that there's no armories here exposed in the main base area, so hard for Quark to come in here and deny the upgrade timing. We'd have to go into the natural for that.
Yeah, Artos is playing a tight game here, getting all of his defenses up pretty quick. Only 1 single armory and it's in a good spot. So he's only upgrading attack right now, but as long as he gets his 3rd base up and defends this first recall slash push in by Quark, he's probably going to be in a decent spot, able to take this 4th base as well and then grow into a very, very formidable 3 attack Terran army. That science facility you're talking about, the EMP is not quite on the way yet, as the science facility is just kind of floating right now. We have a shuttle coming in. What's in there? Nothing. Just a scouting shuttle.
Just a scouting shuttle, which is going to die to a Wraith and a turret, unfortunately. But yeah, it's not like he's getting EMP. It looks like he doesn't have the resources for it right now. He's a little bit tight, not even making the vessel yet. Okay, now landing the science facility. He does need that soon, though. He really does need that EMP and vessels soon. He's still not making a vessel. One thing I'd like to point out is actually Quark is ahead on upgrades. Artosis' +1 weapons just finished, and Quark's +2 weapons is already well on the way, about 25%. So it's actually a little bit rough. We see a very unit-heavy composition from Artosis, but really slow on the upgrades, which might come back to bite him a little bit later on.
Despite being really heavy on the unit production, he's about 50 supply behind Quark right now. And Quark, as he maxes out here, is going to start to push forward and look for vulnerabilities. He could also go for a recall. We saw that was upgraded just a little while ago. Now getting the energy upgrade as well, as Artosis here tries to take his high ground for that 4th base. This is actually a really nice position on Butter. Once you turret up at the bottom left and you turret up at this 4th base as well, and then you just kind of set up everything in the center for defense, it's very hard to get a recall in here. It's not completely sewn up just yet, but it could be here shortly. Now, Quark making his way up to the front. It looks like he wants to go for a frontal attack here. He's got 3 arbiters. Each of them has just about full energy at this point, so plenty of stasis ready to go, and no science vessel to stop them. Here we go.
Yeah, currently 4 stasis are available. 1 goes down. A huge flood of Protoss infantry just streamlining down. Zealots on move command going to try and get on top of these tanks. So much stasis. Like right now, this is a cocktail, and there's a lot of ice cubes to keep this drink cool for Quark to enjoy as he savors this Terran beverage.
Wow, look at the clumped tanks, man. 5 tanks in this stasis, 4 tanks in this stasis, 3 Goliaths and 1 tank in this stasis. And Quark is just pounding through this natural here. He's going to get on top of the factories. Artosis, can he save these units out in the front? Quark is not going to let him do it. He's bringing the Zealots back. He's bringing the Dragoons back. And he's keeping an Arbiter on top of all of this so they can't be shot down. Quark also did a fantastic thing where he froze groups of units at different times, so they're kind of popping out haphazardly here out of the stasis, and they all die easily. My god, that was one-sided. What a stasis attack there, and even stasis is the natural. Not gonna allow these units to come out and even save. He's going to lose the 4th base. The 3rd base is under threat as well. There's a lot of mines over here to stop that, and 1 single tank as well, but still stuck in the main base. He can't even move. So frustrated, I bet you right now, screaming at his stream.
I bet you he's super tilted by that, calling him some kind of asshole, any other kind of name under the sun. Quark, meanwhile, on 5 base production behind us. Even if the Terran does stabilize, there's going to be a lot of more forces for him to deal with coming up soon, and he's going to be launching more and more assaults at the Terran's 3rd, while the Terran's still trying to come out. This game did kind of go how I thought. Like, Artosis has this bad tendency of keeping his tanks way too clumped, and Quark knows that and exploits that, and like you say, staggering the stasis so you can just mop up those units 1 pack at a time as they become unfrozen. Really well executed from Quark. He might have the mechanics of a god, but he's got the brain of a god sometimes.
Well, it looks like Artosis is going to stabilize here. He managed to keep his 4th command center alive at least. So all the buildings are dead out in the front. However, how many arbiters did we actually lose in that fight? I don't think many went down, actually. He kind of pulled everything back, didn't he? Where are they? There's got to be arbiters around here somewhere. Did you see the arbiters go down?
I did not see them die. There's a couple in the expansion area, but they're fresh arbiters, so I think, yeah, they did die.
Alright, sometimes keeping arbiters alive is better than getting extra spells off, just so that they can regain that energy and come back in for more later. It's like, gonna try and mount this high ground now with quite a few zealots, quite a few dragoons. He's gonna be able to take over this area, and that command center will have to be floated away once again. Artosis is starting to mine out in his main. Actually, he's got no SUVs here. That's a little bit funny. He should really be mining from that location.
Yeah, I do like the Sim City of both players. I really like the gateway layout that Quark's got to keep his unit flow maximized, and also Artosis has this nice sort of like pyramid-shaped setup of his factories. So both players doing a good job of setting up their production right, but this is a tough situation for Artosis, man. I mean, he's even got mines up on top of his tanks here in the middle, so like it's just setting himself up for more and more mine drags and more devastation as we go on. He will hold this central position for the time being, but Quark's already up to 5 bases. Artosis is reduced to 2. He'll be mined out soon. Mine's not even maining right now. He's kind of like preserving those minerals in the main. He might need them later on to be able to keep his production alive. We have some tanks up in the 4th base location for Quark in the top left, 5th base location, trying to shell this down, but they're going to be cleaned up nicely in short order. Also trying to hit this base at 9 o'clock with what few auxiliary units he has available to him that he can spare, but it's just not going to be enough, and Quark, I think, is going to start running away with this game. Already 100 supply ahead.
Yeah, that 100 supply lead, a little bit insurmountable here for a Terran player. He's having to rebuild his engineering bay as well. I guess he lost that during the fighting earlier. Yeah, his 4th command center went down. He's trying to get around with his vultures and actually do some work, and it looks like he's going to pick off a few more probes, but probe kills at this point are completely useless. You're at 71 probes. You really don't care here as Quark.
No, not at all. Like he's already ahead like 30 workers. He can afford to lose 10, 20 probes right now, and he can build so many probes at a time as well with how many Nexi he's got. It really doesn't matter. At this point, you almost wouldn't want to trade the vultures for the probes because it just weakens up your position and allows the Protoss to come in for a counterattack.
Yeah, and that counterattack is on the way here. This time, spreading out the tanks nicely. This is what we needed to see in the last battle. Look at how far apart each tank is. It's going to be hard, but the rally point is all bunched up, and he's going to get a nice little stasis there, picking up a couple more tanks once again. He's coming forward. Does he have any more stasis? Yeah, he does. Well, 3 more stasis are available. 1 stasis for 1 tank. It's still good in this situation because there's so few tanks left over, and the Dragoon number is huge. Here comes Quark just cleaning up all these units, and Artosis, he's going to have to GG here in a second as more stasis come down. There's just very little hope left for our Terran player.
Yeah, Quark can afford to trade a little bit inefficiently here, so just going to get on top of the tank line and just start softening up the units of Artosis more and more so that he can never get that critical mass of tanks that he needs to stabilize to take more expansions, and he'll eventually become dried up. So a bit of a technical win from Quark here, understanding that he just needs to refill zealots and go and keep the pressure on, reduce the Terran forces so that he'll never have a critical mass, and then eventually he'll just have to GG out because he won't have the economy he even needs to support these factories. Meanwhile, Dragoons at the third base, shelling the SCVs and the command center, forcing these Terran units to come over and deal with this, while Quark's, meanwhile, just macroing up out of these 11 or so gateways and 3 Stargates worth of Arbiters being produced. GG.
GG. Yeah, that's some pretty insane production. 3 starports worth of Arbiter. And this is how many gateways? I guess 13 gates, because we've got 2 High Templar and 11 Zealots being produced at the same time.
It's 12 gates.
Quite impressive stuff there. How can it possibly be 12? There's 2. 11 and 2. There's got to be 13. 11 Zealots are being produced and 2 Templar.
Oh, where's the... Wait. Where's the other gateway?
I don't know.
Oh, it's at the 5th base. He's got like 1 gateway off at the 5th base. Oh, there's another one at the 9 o'clock as well. He's doing that style where you make like in PvZ, where you make like a robo at some of the expansions to build Reavers at your expansions. He's doing the thing where he's making gateways at expansions to make Templar.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So just to have that defense, that extra defense.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. All right, guys, surprise, we have 2 games here for you today. It's going to be a rematch between Quark and Artosis. He's got to be frustrated. He played these both on the same day, so maybe Quark doing a little bit of that sniping action that you were talking about earlier, queuing up at the same time as Artosis multiple times and managing to get games against him. We'll see if this one ends up going better for Artosis.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really do anything with what he did, like kind of a Mihu style where he focused on like a really heavy amount of army and like put all of his effort into getting a strong economy and army early on, but he did nothing with it. He didn't take an earlier 4th base, or he didn't put any pressure onto Quark's expansion. So kind of needs to be thinking a little bit differently, maybe teching a little bit faster or getting those faster grades if he wants to play that kind of passive style.
Quark asking again. Don't even talk to me, says Artosis.
That's amazing. I love the banter, and it's kind of funny that like Quark's even just going to respect that he doesn't want him to talk to him. I think Quark is satisfied with what he's got thus far.
a bit of good bad manner from Quark here, but Artosis, he's going to stick in. He's not going to tell Quark to leave. He's not going to leave the game. He's going to try and play this one out. Will he learn from his mistakes? That is the question we're all wondering every time we tune into the Artosis stream. But it's especially important here because Quark, I mean, he's a very strong player. He's a smart player, but he has holes in his game. You can find those windows of opportunity if you're looking for them, if you're adapting to them.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, Artosis, he doesn't seem to want to do that. I think he doesn't really respect Quark very much.
No.
And he's not going to be, like, looking at their replays and, you know, analyzing to figure out what this 140 APM player is doing that's allowing him to beat Artosis over and over.
Yeah, and honestly, probably Artosis is losing a lot of these games purely because it is a personal grudge that he feels, and he is being too emotional about how he's analyzing the games, and is just thinking more about, oh, what an arsehole this guy is, as opposed to what could I be doing differently to counter his style.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to keep the emotions out of it. A lot of players do get frustrated. I've had it happen to myself as well. It's just part of the game. Losing to the same person over and over again, it's never any fun, but Quark here mining gas with just 1 probe. Is that standard?
I guess it's standard if you're Quark and you don't want to make a Dragoon in range and want to instead take your Nexus at like 17 or so supply.
Right.
Yeah, and the thing is that Artosis is doing this sort of like bunker expand Mihu style where he's like going really heavy on the factory units and kind of being a really passive early on. So I think Quark knows he can get away with this style. Yeah, he's going to be throwing down that Nexus at 17 supply. And like we can't punish this as Artosis. Like, he's just gonna be bunker expanding and playing probably the very similar Mihu style that we saw in the last game. But if he doesn't put any pressure in the early game with those extra factories and extra units, then Quark's gonna do more or less the same thing and just like tech up and maybe even go carriers this time and like, yeah, just crush him yet again if he doesn't tech up fast enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like this from Artosis. Like, he knows that Quark is going to take a greedy expansion. He's not taking the greediest expansion. You could definitely go for like a 14 Nexus, right? Or 12 Nexus. And be a lot more greedy. But this is about as greedy as it gets for Artosis here. Going for a bunker expand and getting that command center really, really fast. So, I mean, he's also not going to be under any pressure. I just wish... I want to see him follow up with either a really quick third base or some sort of timing attack where he can put pressure on Quark while he's teching up here in this game.
Yeah, and Quark doesn't confirm what Artosis is doing. He doesn't know the command center is there, whereas the SEV of Artosis saw everything. He saw the core timing of the range, he saw the Nexus, he knows everything that Quark is doing, whereas Quark doesn't know exactly what Artosis is doing. So it'll be slightly harder for Quark to optimize to what he's doing. So he will be seeing that really fast robo, we'll be seeing that really fast observer, no matter what, out of Quark, so that when he doesn't get this early scout, because here's the thing, if he's skipping his Dragoon, he can't poke in at the front with the Dragoon to confirm the command center. So he's making this really fast robo and observer to kind of mitigate that issue, so that as long as he gets his observer in the base by about 6 minutes and he can identify any kind of like timing push coming out of the Terran, like any kind of free tank push or anything else that he needs to deal with. So I do kind of like this style from Quark. It's a nice little cookie cutter way of playing. He's not delaying his gateways too much as well, so he's getting like at least 2 gateway worth of production fairly early to deal with any Terran timings.
It seems to work very well against Artosis. No starport coming out of him, so again, not going with drop play. Just going to stick with 2 factory instantly into eBay. I don't know why he's decided to get the eBay here. If you're going to have mines early on, you can mine up your base and defend against any earlier DT. And Quark just never goes reverse, so I don't see the purpose of this.
Yeah, his micro is probably not sufficient to rely on his micro with the Reavers in these higher tier games. He's actually throwing down a 3rd gateway, so he's actually going 3 gate obs, which is pretty much the most safest thing you can do. But like that's because he hasn't confirmed anything of the Terran yet. Like the observer won't get in until a bit after 6 minutes, and we don't even know about this command center. So in case there was some kind of crazy fast push from Artosis here, we are being a little bit safer with the 3rd gateway. So I do like this adjustment from Quark after not scouting anything.
Yeah, if Quark saw that eBay, I think he would have immediately thrown down the 3rd instead of going for a 3rd gateway here. But just being a little bit safe. Gonna pick off this STV in the middle of the map and gets his first observer into the base. He's gonna see everything that's going on. And the academy here coming up. I don't see an armory yet for Artosis, which is a little surprising.
Yeah, well, he's doing this more like me, who's, oh, careful, a Vulture Run by goes into the natural expansion, but beautiful block with the Dragoon, not going to be letting those get into the main base, and Quark with the Pro Drill also going to be stopping those Vultures, shuffling over to the left-hand side behind him, and also only losing a couple of probes there, kind of maintaining a worker average of about 42 on each side. So yeah, nothing too crazy there. Nice little pickup to get a couple of probes, but it's not really worth it to suicide those Vultures. You'd much rather have those Vultures out on the map delaying mines and being, but mines wasn't even done yet, so losing those Vultures is actually a big deal, because now you don't have those mines that those Vultures would otherwise have in a few moments here. Oh, we see weapons upgrade right away on the... I'm not sure if he's getting that just because, and like he wants to like maybe do carriers. He might not even commit to carriers later. This might just be like just in case I want to go carriers, and if the Terran scans later on, maybe he gets freaked out and thinks it's carriers even when it isn't. Because probably will still be arbiters for the time being. Okay, there's that tribunal. I think he's just getting that as like an insurance, maybe like, oh, maybe I can go into carriers later on if I want to.
Interesting. So getting the +1 attack here, and also going for Arbiter Tribunal. The scan comes down, he sees the spinning core, and he sees the Stargate, but he doesn't see the Arbiter Tribunal. So big win there for Quark. I think this is definitely going to get into Artosis' head here. He's going to start building Goliath for sure.
Oh, he won't build the Goliath like right now, but yeah, eventually he's gonna start needing them. Like, because the carriers will not be popping out. And if it was 2-base carrier, then he'd be like a little bit worried. He'd have to start moving out soon. You've got kind of like a 2-3 minute window once those carriers are on the way, so that you can actually crush the Protoss before those carriers become too relevant. As it stands, I think he knows that the carrier timing will be in a little bit if it was on the way, so I don't think he's too scared right now. He just wants to be going up into his 6 factory production, so he's going to be doing this Mihu style with the really delayed upgrades, but really heavily focused on making those units early on. But he needs to put on some pressure this game. He can't just sit back and chill. I think losing those vultures early on, trying to get some probes, was a big mistake, because he's lost a lot of the wind out of his sails. He needs those mines out on the map. He needs those extra vultures alive to help fight the Protoss infantry once he does arrive for his push. So I think that's a bit of a misplay from him. He is sitting healthy on the supply count at the moment, but that's going to change really soon. Like, once Quark gets these extra gateways out, and once these arbiters start coming out, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. He is keeping that +1 weapons on the way, and like I said earlier, like, it does mind game the Terran a lot once they scan and see that +1 weapons is researching. You're going to think that there's some kind of carrier switch coming at some point, and Quark might never even go for that. He might just use that as an insurance policy if he wants to like throw it out at him later on in the game if he feels like he needs the carriers as a kill switch.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting this from Artosis, but I definitely respect it. He goes for a second scan here and sees the Arbiter Tribunal. That's a big moment, seeing that, knowing that actually he doesn't need to build a ton of Goliaths right now. Maybe just add on a few. He's actually getting the missile range right now, but that'll still be useful against Arbiter. It's just that, he doesn't have maybe 10 Goliaths with this next push and then get completely surprised by no carrier. And he's just going to go ahead and grab his third now. So
it's a nice vulture raid at the natural third of Quark right now, picking up quite a lot of probes. You also got the probe at the 3 o'clock location that was trying to expand. So nice pickup from Artosis there. That's a much better use of your vultures. If you're going to lose a few vultures, at least make sure they've used some of their mines first and they're killing a decent amount of probes. And he has done that. So pretty good play with those vultures there at least.
Yeah, this is a bit of a showcase of where Quark lacks a little bit is in the defensive control, right? Watching out for drops, reacting to drops, like reacting to vulture run-bys. Those can be very hard for a low APM player to deal with, while simultaneously hitting all of your macro cycles and everything. And there's Artosis going in once again, trying to draw some of these zealots into mines, not really being successful, but there's only zealots here in the natural. If he comes over here with another group of vultures, he could possibly get some big damage there. So far, just setting up mines all over the place. He wants to make sure he's got a view of any arbiter coming in from the 12 o'clock, trying to go in for a recall. I haven't seen any upgrades. Did you see recall or stasis just yet?
Stasis is already done. I haven't seen a recall. So I think we've definitely got stasis, but no recall yet.
Okay. So we're not worried about a recall just yet, although, of course, Artosis, he can't know that. He's adding on a bunch of turrets. He's starting to mine up the different locations. He doesn't have anything over here at the natural base, so that could be a pain later if we do have a recall come in onto that natural. There is just the one armory there in the main, and actually carriers are being built now, so he's switching over.
I was just about to say, I think Quark's double mind gaming him. He's going to like show these arbiters, show this stasis, but really he actually is going to be committing to these carriers in the end. I think this was his original insurance policy. He wants to go up to like sort of 4 base carrier production. He'll be able to make like 3 Stargates worth of carriers to support his ground infantry. And because Artosis is choosing this really passive style, despite going for this unit heavy composition, he is getting another natural third raid with these vultures killing quite a lot of probes, but there are some zealots to come in and help deal with this. But he has lost quite a few of these probes, and it's annoying for Quark because he needs to make a lot of interceptors, a lot of zealots, so losing your probes in too great of number can be a little bit of a problem. Right now I would say he's not lost enough to be too devastating for him, but the problem is that, like, say, now he hasn't got enough probes to like transfer to his 4th and be saturated in every single expansion. So it is a little bit of a nuisance having your minerals moving disrupted like that, but he still has plenty in the bank to keep going with his production. We'll be able to make 3 carriers at a time with another core on the way to keep those upgrades going. Going to be wanting to get the armor upgrade on those carriers too going forward. EMP on the way for Artosis, currently sitting at 146 supply to 165 of Quark. Has that +1 weapons upgrade with +2 on the way, so it's a little bit lagging in those upgrades yet again, kind of on par with the Protoss upgrades, +1 already done for Quark with the +2 on the way at the similar timing of that +2 weapons for the tanks.
Yeah, Quark getting everything right now. He's got a bunch of carriers popping out here soon. He's gone to 3 Stargate production, and I don't know, Terran just doesn't know what's going on at all. He has no idea about these carriers, I think. Otherwise, he'd be on the attack, on the offensive. He's going to have to deal with so many carriers here in a minute. And we're going to have recalls as well. We're going to have stasis. We're not going to have storm, but it's on the way right now. So that's coming up soon. And yeah, basically the entire tech tree from Quark is being taken this game. Everything but a scout has been produced, pretty much.
One thing I really don't think that Artosis is doing enough against Quark, generally speaking, not just in this game, is that he's not picking out or taking out all these observers. I think he needs to be a lot more proactive in getting a couple of Goliaths out early and like hunting down all these observers that Quark's making and really shut down the vision of the Protoss, because right now he's kind of allowed Quark to have like essentially a map hack in this game until like the 14th minute. And that's really like lined up Quark nicely in this game going forward. Now going to be taking the bottom right quadrant of the map. Now going to be setting up gateways down there too. So now the hard part for the Terran is that he's got to both kill the Protoss while also split pushing to multiple bases simultaneously. Against carriers, you haven't got enough time to just contain the rally and like kill one base at a time. You have to kind of split your army up and try and kill multiple bases at once and try and cripple the production of the Protoss before he gets too many carriers out on the field. We do have currently 5 carriers with another 3 finishing up soon, so he's going to be gradually going up to 6 and then 8 carriers, which is going to be a really menacing number of carriers for Artosis to deal with.
Yeah, that number of carriers is just a little bit scary. Here comes that first 5 carriers heading out across the map. We have quite a few Goliaths, so it seems like Artosis has kind of figured it out at this point. He knows that there is a carrier transition. Just will he be able to deal with it effectively? Completely maxed out here. Quark just waiting for more carriers to pop out.
Got huge EMP of all of those 5 carriers, sacrificing a vessel for their job. There is another vessel with enough energy to dematrix or EMP again as well, so he needs to make sure he doesn't lose that. It does go down to like 80 HP. Quark wants to snipe that if he can. Does need to be a little bit careful with how he positions both these carriers and his vessels, because both units are really critical. Right now we have a huge army on the left hand side for Quark going up into this high ground ridge on the 9 o'clock position. So it's a really tough position for Artosis to deal with. There's quite a few Goliaths, but with the Dragoons fighting the Goliaths and stasising them at the front, there's not going to be much to fight the carriers and remainder. There's also a High Templar going to be throwing down some Sonic Storm on this Terran army as well. Quark's going to back out with his infantry and keep his carriers here to fight what's remaining. There's not a lot of Goliaths here to keep fighting these carriers. Currently only 5 carriers here with most of their shield hit points reduced from that EMP, so it does need to be a little bit careful not to lose too many hull points coming into this 9 o'clock expansion area, trying to pick off some turrets, pick off a little bit of the economy and disrupt as much as he can, but he's losing a lot of carriers to go down for a small price of just a few Goliaths. So a little bit of a mistake from Quark, kind of like outstaying his welcome, and now a big mistake going in with the Dragoons at the front. Going to lose a lot of those infantry units, losing so many Dragoons, kind of reducing a supply count astronomically, going down to 150 supply to the 190 of Artosis here. So a little bit of a blunder from Quark going forward. I think he's kind of safe still though. These vultures coming into the bottom right shouldn't get too much done. There's 2 cannons here, so should buy him enough time to stabilize and not lose too many probes. Artosis will focus these cannons down, however, so he still may lose quite a lot. It may be just barely too slow for these Dragoons to get up into defend. There is a High Templar popping out that the vultures could also snipe, but the carrier is going to be coming down, try and clean this up, but hopefully he doesn't lose too many probes, because these vultures will make short work of them. Currently going down about 5, 6, 7, 8 probes so far, I think.
This is a great distraction from Artosis. I'd love to see him unsiege all these tanks and head towards the natural right now, but it seems like this is a little bit too taxing on him right now. He's trying to build up his army once again, and now he's finally going to unsiege, but Quark's army is starting to head back out on the map. If all of the carriers are down in the bottom right, and he gets over here to this natural and starts killing everything, I feel like that would be a much better position. Now he's moving though. He's heading over towards that natural. The Templars have all made their way out of the natural now, and the carriers are heading down to the south. a bit out of position right now. Quark is. He's heading down towards the bottom left, and Artosis is going to be set up right here in the natural. It's not the end of the world, but this is a huge Terran army. He can do a lot of damage. Looks like Quark just going to go for the counterattack, actually.
Yeah, Quark wants to defend from the high ground with Templars and try and delay as much as possible while going for the counterattack. He feels that he can't engage the Terran army head on, so instead wants to try and go for counterattacks and try and outmaneuver the Terran and maybe force him to split his army. If he can catch half the army at a time, if he sends back half his army to deal with this force on the left while still trying to push and contain on the right, it's going to be really hard for Artosis to do both. So Quark kind of trying to force some very key decision making onto the shoulders of Artosis and see if he makes a mistake. Currently, though, Artosis pulling back with pretty much everything to come and deal with this, leaving just a few skirmishing tanks at that natural while these carriers start to rain down on this Terran army. There's a lot of units coming from the right. There's a huge Psionic Storm that's going to be blanketing the forces that are coming in from that eastern flank. And the problem with Psionic Storm is that it completely melts through the Terran armor. It's true damage, so it doesn't matter how much armor you have on your tanks or on your Vultures and your Goliaths, they're going to be taking maximum damage of 110 damage over 2.5 seconds from those Psionic Storms. So really good use of the storms to soften up those Terran units while backing out of his carriers. But he has taken a little bit of damage from Artosis here, lost that expansion, but didn't lose too much of his infrastructure apart from that natural third. So he does have a little bit of minerals in main, a little bit as 3 o'clock, a little bit in the bottom left. So he has still plenty of production going forward. Does save the command center critically, but right now only down to 2 base mining for the Terran player without the other base online for him. It's going to be a little bit tough going forward if we are still able to squeeze out more and more carriers.
Yeah, 9 factories worth of production here for Artosis, proving to be not quite enough. He's still got plenty of money in the bank. He really needs more units out right now, though. He needs to remax here as quickly as possible. The carriers are going to come back in once again, pick off all of the turrets. They're going to go after the Goliaths now, too. This is not really a problem for Quark, but it's really starting to hurt Artosis here. He's losing these precious Goliaths, and Quark has enough money here and enough mining to just keep on producing those interceptors over and over again. And now he's switching back into Arbiter. 3 Arbiters going to pop out now.
Wow. It's going to be really tough for Artosis to manage this because he's going to be pumping almost pure Goliath with just a handful of tanks. So there's going to be no Vultures, no real vessel count. It's just pure tank Goliath. So if you've got quite a diverse Protoss composition with high Templars, Arbiters, and carriers, it's going to be really hard for Artosis to kind of specialize his army to deal with that. He's going to just be throwing a cookie cutter Terran macro at it, just pure tank Goliath. But it's not going to be too cost efficient in some of these trades unless he manages to engage the Protoss head on, which is going to be very difficult to do to force the Protoss player to fight him head on.
It's time for Artosis to take another base here. Looks like he wants to probably take 12 while pushing towards the natural, and Quark just going to go for a counterattack once again, maybe go for that center left. That base is so important here right now for Artosis. He needs to keep that up. And the natural here for Quark, it doesn't really matter. Killing this base is kind of useless right now. He's going to try and kill this base. I guess the third base just cancels immediately, and Quark goes in for the counterattack. He's going to lose a lot of SCVs, it looks like. And probably a bunch of his rallies as well. Coming forward with the EMP. He's going to get it on both the Arbiters. A beautiful EMP there. He gets a second one as well. Gets onto some of those carriers. He really needs to start running forward here, but the tank number is a little bit low, and there's still quite a few Zealots and Dragoons in this army. A lot of Zealots cleaning up these Goliaths here on the top side, but as the weight of the Terran army moves south, he will have to back away. There's quite a few mines here to deal with these goons. My god, that was some great mine hits, dealing with a lot of that, and he's got to back away. The carriers are going to start to go down here if he manages to focus one, and the command center falls. No, big problems here for Artosis now. Losing that command center is a huge win there for Quark. I mean, we don't have a command center up at the 12 o'clock. This is really where
he has another one floating from the third. He just made one. He's going to float one to the 12 o'clock now. He had one float ready to float at least. Okay.
He's going to be able to take that base. It's the perfect base to take if you're trying to kill the Protoss natural. Trying to take bases in the bottom left is going to be so hard right now because the carriers, the recalls, everything is going to be mobile around the map for Quark. really, he needs to keep it tight right now and start to pick off some of the bases of Quark around the map. He's actually bringing tanks forward, trying to take out the center right, maybe go for the bottom right as well. Tanks are all set up here, and he's kind of zoned the carriers out of coming back for the time being. Another little counterattack coming forward for Quark. He's going to go for the stasis, but doesn't get it off before that Arbiter goes down. Now going to throw down a few storms here, but this army will be cleaned up, and it looks like the base in the center right going to be cleaned up as well, except for these carriers are on their way back. They're going to be able to reinforce, and the Goliaths all went home for Artosis to defend. He really needs this with the tank army, otherwise he's going to lose all his tanks. Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's only 5 Goliaths here. There's only 5 Goliaths here. Still 7 carriers. He's going to lose all these tanks for free. Goliaths are going to now receive the bad news on the radio that all of their brothers in arms are going to be falling by the wayside. Really unfortunate for Artosis there, getting his army taken out piecemeal like this. He has got this CC flow to 12 o'clock, but it hasn't landed yet. He's only just now got this other base back online at the 9 o'clock position, so a little bit of an untenable position unless Artosis can start taking out more of these expansions. He has killed a lot of the probes at the 3 o'clock base, but the Nexus is still there. He hasn't killed the base yet. Goliath's now going to be streaming in from the western flank, trying to get on top of these carriers. They need to micro back on top of the high ground. Quark could lose a lot of these carriers right now. 1 falls. He needs to quickly micro these back. Another one's going to go down. It's a big play for Artosis, getting 2 of these carriers. Pretty easy snipes, but a big flank from the top on the high ground ridge with those Dragoons going to be cleaning up all of those Goliaths and tanks. So I think that now Quark's going to start running away with this game. He didn't kill enough Goliaths there and kind of got baited into attacking those carriers while the Goons were in hot pursuit from the north to kind of pincer in those Goliaths and prevent a retreat.
Yeah, it all goes back to bringing those Goliaths back. He was doing a great job of zoning the carriers down into the bottom left and not allowing them to come back and help, but the moment he got hit with that counterattack, he sent all of his Goliaths back to his natural to help, or his third base to help, and ends up losing his tank count. Now he doesn't have that spread of tanks on the right-hand side anymore. He's not picking off Nexuses. He's not limiting the army or the economy here of Quark, and Quark going to get up into the 12 o'clock and actually pick off this base. Killing all these SCVs is going to be huge.
Yeah,
Artosis had 10 SCV advantage, but now he's going to lose a ton. He's going to be losing that command center as well. Can he trap this army, though?
Yeah, right now he probably will not be able to trap the army. He's going to lose the command center for free. I don't like that Artosis is trying to push down with his Goliaths. It'd be better if he just tries to hold the high ground ridge and then pull back. Like, yeah, GG. Like, there's no way. I don't think that Artosis can win from this position. Like, he just got outmaneuvered by the carriers.
Damn, alright. Quark takes another game off of him. That's 2 in a row. These were both played on the same day, by the way, and I can confirm they matched up for a third time, but Artosis just left the game immediately. Definitely tilted by that result. Guys, that's the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you guys in the next cast. All right. Woo, my computer's hot.
Hot.
Damn. Woo. It's on fire right now.
It's on fire.
Not quite. But it's close.
Does it have like I don't know much about gaming laptops. Does it have like some kind of like turbo gaming mode where it like has increased performance and gets a bit more louder and hotter?
I'm not sure. Gaming mode. I'm not sure about that.
Or turbo mode, or whatever it's called. Like, I wonder if it's got something like that. Oh, Quark sent me another replay.
Oh yeah, he sent me one too. How did he know?
He's watching my stream. He's watching my stream.
Oh, I see. When was this played, Quark? I can't hear him. Can you tell me what he says?
He hasn't replied yet. Can we not see the date on the replay file? Like, as in, like when you look it in your StarCraft browser, like when you're picking the replay to host, does it say the date of the replay in there?
It says date modified, so I just modified it by.
No, I mean in StarCraft, like when you're loading the replay to host it.
Oh yeah. I can definitely look at that. 29th this month, so today.
Today, apparently, yeah. Unless that date is based on your Windows Explorer. I don't know how that works. If it's based on the replay date or if it's based on your file.
Oh yeah, it's based on the replay or when on the file because it says 11:40 a.m. So
then yeah, it's
no
not. Then no worries. False alarm. I thought maybe that was a way of figuring it out, but no.
Okay, you want to do this best game? Oh, it's pretty insane.
Yeah, sure, we can do that. Oh, give me like a couple of minutes to finish smoking. That'd be good.
Okay.
Yeah, so the microphone should be a lot better now. Like you shouldn't hear any like noise gate pops of like when the mic opens and closes anymore, right?
Yeah, I don't hear that.
Nice. Yeah, I think we got it set up a lot better. We can make small adjustments and improvements to it as we go forward as well. Alright, who is it you said that he was against?
Just a random one. On ladder, I think it's a deleted account, so I couldn't look it up.
Deleted account. Nice.
It really looks like RKT though.
Is it just the one game that we're doing?
Yeah.
Right. And the map. Oh, you made the game. I'll join. Wait, okay, so wait, was this a ladder game? Is that what the ladder fighting spirit would say on Korean ladder?
I don't know, actually.
I'm not sure how it would look if they played the Korean ladder version of the map.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was on ladder. I'm not sure. All right. You ready?
Yep.
Hey, how's it going, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another replay cast with SC and nOm.XUN. We've got a game for you here today. We're not sure where it was played. It was played recently. I think it was from the ladder, but I don't have confirmation on that. The person in the top left-hand corner, the Protoss player in the orange, is going to be Best. He's playing against QR Yeosu, some player in S rank whose account has since been deleted, so I can't really check out and try to find who he is.
Mysterious.
But, yeah, mysterious Zerg player down here in the bottom right-hand corner. Going to be going up against one of the best Protoss players of all time. We'll see how he plays this one out. What kind of tactics Best is going to use here on Fighting Spirit?
Well, it's going to be probably a Forge Fast Expand against Overpool. It is Fighting Spirit. The distances are a little bit shorter, so you can go for the Gateway Expand Pressure. I think it's a little bit risky. You don't quite know what you're up against. I mean, could even see some like really early pool shenanigans from the Zerg as well. So I think both players are going to be playing a little bit safe, like no greedy 11 hatches, no greedy Nexus first, nothing too crazy. So it's going to be Forge Fast Expand, make a cannon, make a Nexus, overpool with maybe one pair of Lings, and then into an early third base. I think from there we'll see a more or less a standard game. It'd just be a question of whether or not he wants to try and exploit the horizontal expansion of Best and go for a 973 Hydra bust or fake Hydra bust.
Yeah, this can be a little hard to defend in this area, but Best is going to get in here and scout everything out. He's forced the hatchery to be placed at the 6 o'clock position instead of here in the natural, so that's a little bit of a win here for Best. But, any strong macro player in S rank can definitely handle getting pushed away from that early expansion. Now he's going to send out just 2 Lings. This is an opportunity for Best. He could, actually 4 Lings, never mind. With just 2 Lings, you can throw down the pylon, and it takes quite a while for just 2 Lings to break through that. 2 Lings and a drone, so that can delay by quite a lot. But with 4 Lings, it dies a little bit too fast. It's not really worth it. So getting those 4 Lings out, he's going to send 3 of them across the map to scout, see if he can maybe pick off this cannon, but it's going to be finished just barely in time.
Yeah, with the cross map spawning and the cannon going down as the Lings were hatching out of the eggs, there's no way the Lings can get there in time, so they won't be able to find anything there. But with the, like you said, the early 4 Lings, going to be denying any kind of pressure with that early pylon block and mitigating any potential disaster of not being able to place his hatchery down on time. So I do like the kind of slightly less economical but more safer way of playing, of just getting the extra pair of Lings to deal with that shenanigery in the early game while getting these 3 bases online fast.
All right, Best. He's just going to be hanging out here, playing his own single-player game while he micros the probe around inside the main. Trying to keep this alive as long as possible is incredibly important. He's done a good job so far, but now Yosu is like onto it. He's going to bring his Zerglings up. 1 Zergling chases, the other 2 try to run around and trap this probe. He hasn't been able to do it so far, but he's gotten some damage on it, and he's going to get more here in a second. That's just going to turn around. Nicely done, keeping that alive, keeping the vision here in the main. He sees the layer coming up, so that's really the most important thing to see. And now he's just going to evacuate the main here. Go ahead and send this probe back home.
You can actually get the probe if you manually control your Zerglings to catch up to the probe with the manual pathing and manual attacks. You can actually catch the probe. The problem is it's very difficult to do because the probe recovers so many shield hit points so quickly. So you have to be really on top of it with these slow Zerglings to actually kill that probe. So you probably won't even waste the APM to try and do it, just because of how fast those shield hit points will recover and how much attention he'll need to apply to it. So you won't even bother trying to catch that probe. Instead, just going to be probably chilling outside the natural with his Lings for scouting while he techs up, gets his Spire on the way, going to squeeze out a few more drones. Ling speed also going to be on the way as well, giving a bit more utility and map control going into this mid-game phase.
Yeah, with just 4 Lings out in the front, it's not really worth it to move with the single Zealot. So Best's going to wait for a couple more Zealots to pop out here before he gets out on the map. That first Corsair is going to be on the way. Should be able to get maybe an Overlord kill here. The Spire is just halfway finished. That Corsair going to make its way across the map here shortly. Get that full scout going. And a second Stargate starts here from Best.
Wow. Okay, really going to be double doubling down into this tech. I'm kind of shocked by it, actually, because I feel like it makes sense, actually, especially with the cross-map positions. I feel like this could work out really nice for him. And I don't think that the Zerg will necessarily anticipate this as well. Like, you definitely expect him to go up to, like, maybe 6 Corsairs off 1 Stargate with the +1. But if he does...
Oh, a Robo in the natural. A Robo this early. This is going to be a Reaver play.
Yeah, if I think it might be. It's going to be Reaver Sir. Yes, it is going to be Reaver Sir. This makes total sense then. This makes sense why you went double Stargate then. And with the cross map spawns, actually, this really makes it nice for island expansions for Protoss player. You don't really need to take your bases in the correct order. You can start taking bases around the map and just sieging them up with Reavers and using shuttles to transfer probes and stuff. So this is a really good style on this map, Fighting Spirit, and I think he'll be able to abuse the Zerg, especially in cross map positions.
Yeah, we're gonna have our first Reaver on the way here. There's no way to break through this natural with, you know, a pre-storm timing or something like that here for our Zerg player. The Reavers are going to be out. It's going to be so powerful. It'll be very, very difficult to get through this location. And he's just going to kind of have to sit back here, maybe take a bunch of extra expansions once he figures out what's coming. The sooner he figures out what's coming, the better, because you don't want to be sitting here waiting for a bunch of Zealots in a timing attack with Corsairs when there's actually just Reavers and Sairs being built back at home. Looks like he's actually figured it out already. The Burrow is starting. That's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, the fact that he's getting Burrow means that he should have identified this. You don't usually get Burrow for any other reason than if you're playing against Reaver Sair in these situations right now. So it does make sense that he has sniffed it out. We do have the Scourge trying to get some scouting information, going to be flying around, maybe hunting down the shuttle, maybe killing one of these Corsairs. Really important to try and reduce that Sair fleet, because he doesn't currently have that many Hydras to stop these Sairs from killing some of his overlords. Like, say, for example, this overlord at the 6 o'clock can die very quickly before these Hydras can kill one of the Corsairs. So it can be a little bit of a nightmare situation for him. Luckily for him, there's not going to be any DTs coming in here to clean up the drones after the fact, but it's still really annoying to get supply blocked as these Sairs run around and pin down your Hydras in these key positions.
Yeah, Sair's looking for some more damage. They're not going to find anything just yet. He's staying back at home with his shuttle. He does have that shuttle speed, though. Very, very quick shuttle speed here. He's going to utilize that to take his third base, dropping the Reavers here in a good position. There is a Ling underneath the ground, so unfortunately he can't drop the Nexus just now. Maybe going to use some splash damage. I think you can use a Zealot here, right? Put the Zealot right there and then shoot it. Does that actually hit that?
Yeah, you can do that.
So he could do that, but I'm not sure if he's actually going to try that yet. He doesn't have an observatory out. Maybe just build a cannon here. It'll be fine. 2 or 3 cannons.
Well, the problem is
on the high ground is really strong.
The problem is he doesn't know the exact location of the Zergling, so he'd be just guessing at like where the Zergling is and would just potentially just be killing a Zealot for no reason.
Right. 2 Reavers here on the high ground now. None at the natural. A little bit of a weak spot for Best right now as Hydras make their way up towards this back entrance here to the third base. 2 Reavers, 2 Zealots, and 2 more cannons coming up. Bunch of Overlords going down in the natural here. Supply blocking the Zerg once again. And he's going to go after this Forge here. A little bit funny to go after the Forge right now. It's not even spinning, not even getting upgrades. Yeah, really, Best just focusing on attack upgrades for the air.
There's not really a lot Zerg can do in this position. If you can't deny the third, like as we can see here, there's really nothing for him to do but sit back at home with his Hydras. So like picking off the Forge at the front is just like one thing you can maybe do to slow down the potential tech switch, because we don't know for sure that the Protoss is going to commit fully to the Reaver Sair. There could be a lot of gateways being thrown down behind this, for example, and a lot more infantry coming out later on, especially if he wants to make a lot of Dragoons to support these Reaver Sair.
Yeah, but we're seeing from the 1,000-foot perspective here, double robotics facility is coming down. He is doubling down on this 100%, going for Scarab damage as well. So really going hard for this Corsair Reaver play. He's even got Disruption Web as well. Yep. This is going to get crazy. Dropping the Disruption Web on the Spore there. Going to throw some down on these Hydras as well. This is nuts. Driving right here into the main. He's going to start to kill a ton of Overlords. All these ones are popping out here. A lot of these Corsairs are going to go down, but that was a huge amount of Overlords that died. Still not supply blocking Yosu, though, who was building a lot of Overlords preemptively. They're expecting some of them to go down. Now finally supply blocked.
Yeah, that's one of the...
that was great.
Yeah, that's one of the other things about playing against this style is you tend to have to make your Overlord in big batches, anticipating that like a lot of them will just die all at once. And if you do get supply blocked, you can just be screwed for an exponential amount of time if all of your lava are going into Overlords and just waiting for them to pop out before you can even produce units again. So sometimes you do have to just like make an armada of Overlords and hope for the best. He made, like for example, now he made 8 Overlords at the same time.
Damn, that's a lot of Overlords, and 2 more Stargates are on the way. What are we looking at here?
This is craziness, and I really feel like the Zerg has been too slow in expanding to deal with this. Like, I feel like Best is going to have a field day with this guy, and no wonder why it's a deleted account. He probably gets decimated in this game. I feel bad for him already. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. We're going to find out. This one Reaver is trying to make its way to the 4th base here with a probe in the shuttle. He does finally clear out these Scourge, but more Scourge arrive, and this is a big group of Corsair now. Hydras are making their way over there. He's not going to let him take a 4th base easily. Some good play from Yosu. He needs to get that base in the top right up and running, though, quickly. Yeah, he's doing a great job of denying... He's doing a great job of denying this 4th base. Oh, doesn't catch this shuttle coming down. If he does get this shuttle, it'll be big news for him. The issue is that these Corsairs are about to have +2 weapons finishing up, and +2 carapaces is only just on the way by about 10-20%. So not ideal. We're kind of behind the curve in the air upgrades. So almost connects with that shuttle with those Scourge. Getting a pick off on one of those shuttles with 2 Reavers, and it would be huge for him right now. These are the kind of things that he can do to come back in this game and put himself into a much better position. He's doing okay right. He gets the shuttle, but not the Reavers inside, so nice pick off from him. Going to be shutting down the mobility of this army for the time being, delaying him getting up in here and taking this expansion. Delaying this 4th is really critical for him, especially because his own 4th base is currently only just now starting to get saturated, only just now starting to take that 4th gas, so he's a little bit behind the curve himself, so delaying the Protoss is kind of critical right now.
Yeah, he's sitting at home with a lot of Hydras here. I'm surprised that he's not bringing up all his forces to try and jump on top of this army. Maybe even utilizing that burrow would have been a good idea. You know, burrowing all those Hydras and just hiding them here until the Reavers come forward. That could have been a great play, but instead he loses the majority of those Hydras. Going to bring up some more now. Finally, more Scourge dying en masse. This is a crazy Scourge massacre right now with these... how many are there? 11 Corsairs with +2. That's so strong.
Yeah, and they have the energy upgrade just finished right now as well. So there's going to be a lot of D-Web coming out of these guys. They can store enough energy to do 2 D-Webs once they get fully maxed out on that energy. So it's going to be really scary. Just a huge flood of D-Webs taking up the entire screen while he slowly expands around half of the map and squeezes out the Zerg from this game. Going to be a real rough one for the Zerg play going forward. It can be done, and especially if you can, like you say, set up your Hydras in like little burrow spots and try and assassinate the shuttles and Reavers as they come in, can be a good time for you. But at the moment, he's going to have to do a lot of work to try and set himself up in this bottom left and really try and push his production high. His Overlords in the bottom base going to be starting to go down. D-Webs coming out on the Hydras and the Spore, shutting down the anti-air, while the Corsairs go to work on all these Overlords. Oh, he's going to start critically supply blocking Yosu now. This is really bad news for the Zerg. He's dropping down his supply, now down to 88 supply, 80 supply, 137 out of 80. He's supply blocked by like 57 supply. He's going to have to make a lot of Overlords just to get stabilized.
Yeah, he's going to have to make a lot of Overlords. We had just a little bit of a glitch there in the recording. I'm not sure what that was, but have upgraded the system, and we've done a lot of work recently to make sure that the audio quality is good. So if it sounds good, guys, let us know in the comments down below. Putting a lot of work in on that recently. We've got more Corsairs headed up to the top right, and Bess has done kind of a funny job with his Reavers this game, not really attacking at all. He's just been defending, just been getting up bases, and focusing on harassing with the Corsairs. I feel like Yosu, he kind of missed an opportunity to take a lot more bases, but maybe Best would have been more aggressive if more bases had been coming up for Yosu.
Yeah, maybe so. We did see like a few probes go down on the left, by the way, in a little transfer. So there's some things going right for Yosu in this game, but it's kind of scary. Like he's only ahead by a few drones and currently even on supply with the Protoss, and like usually that'd be like a really good thing for the Zerg, but when it's Reaver Ser, it can still be really dangerous for him because it's really hard to leverage this supply count against the Protoss when he's got this kind of army composition. Those D-webs and Reavers are just so hard to deal with, and these bases are like such a hard shell to crack for the Zerg.
Shun, look at the main base.
Okay, we've got
carriers. And we're building 4 more right now. Oh no, we're building 3 more Corsairs. And a bunch of carriers have already popped out. He's going after more Overlords here in the 3rd base. So many D-webs coming down, like you said. He's covering this entire base almost with just D-web everywhere. Killing off all the Overlords once again. We'll be able to back off as well. This is still quite a few Corsair. 10 Corsair here. Can he get a connection? He does get 2 connection with the Scourge, but more Overlords going to fall here in the 3rd. This is a ton of Overlords in the natural. Is he going to tempt, or is he going to be tempted to try and dive in there? It would be scary, but D-Web is very strong. Now losing a few more. He's almost out of energy, so we'll have to back away, I think, here. Best just doing an amazing job of continuously picking off Overlords throughout this game. Is it going to be enough, though, to make this composition work? It's a very difficult composition to work with against a Zerg player. 4 carriers are out here. This is, I've never really seen this work in a pro game at all. Will it work on ladder?
I think it definitely can work of someone of best caliber behind the wheel of execution, so to speak. I don't know the Yosu's caliber necessarily. He seems like a pretty strong Zerg though, but has having a little hard time dealing with this play of Best coming down into the southwest quadrant now with 2 shuttles, a huge fleet of Sairs, and a bunch of carriers to boot. 4 carriers already. He needs Swarm and Plague to deal with this right now, and he doesn't have it yet online. So going to be a little bit of a sticky situation for him. He does have queens, actually, so he is going to be able to throw down some ensnares onto this army to help pin it down, reduce its mobility, reduce its potency, and try and get on top of it with his Hydro Force that way. But it's going to be really tough for him going forward if he doesn't get plagues and doesn't start using Dark Swarm to help deal with these carriers in the later phases of this game, because carriers are like they're not necessarily like an ideal unit to get usually, but they are like an I win more button, and right now Best is saying I want to win more. Oh, the shuttle do go down though, so now these Reavers are kind of naked down here until a few of those can be reproduced, so he can now just get out of here with his Hydras and abandon his position because the Reavers are kind of dead in the water slugging it out.
Yeah, they can't really do anything at this moment. A little bit trapped, but they are denying this base over here in the bottom left. Yosu starting to really build up his drone count up to 80 workers now. Transferring those over to the center right as well. He's starting to really mass up in terms of Sunken and Spore, which can be a really good way to deal with this. If you have a ton of Sunken and Spore, it kills a ton of the interceptors. It prevents you from just flying in to bases, and you can see 92 supply. He's like almost completely maxed out. So adding on a bunch of Sunkens and Spore, it doesn't take any supply. And it can deal fairly well with this. It can help you to hold off any attacks in different locations. He's only got a couple of Sunkens over here, or one Spore colony actually is being built at the top right natural, but he could probably use some more. Like 3 or 4 Spores not going to hurt you when you've got 80 workers.
Well, I tell you what, 9 carries is going to hurt you. I'm a little bit scared for him, especially if you haven't got a Dark Swarm or a Plague. I mean, a little bit rough, He is relying on these Scourge fleets to try and deal with this Protoss. He has got 1 Queen now, but I was wondering why we haven't seen Queens earlier, because if he does get an ensnare down on this Corsair fleet and gets on top of them with a pack of Scourge or some Hydra as well, that could be a big deal for him. And especially the carriers, if you can lock down the carriers with an ensnare and get on top of them with the Hydras, then you can make short work of them as well. So we'd like to see those Queens utilized soon. He needs to do something, because eventually Best is just going to start running away as these carriers get stronger and stronger and higher in number.
Yeah, Best is even throwing down some cannons at the bottom left. He's going to try and take that base. Oh, he might have caught something here. No. Yosu, he brought forward a bunch of Scourge. He had an opportunity to dive on those carriers, maybe pick one off, but he connects with the Scourge instead. Now, Best is heading down to the center right here. Is gonna be getting himself into kind of a corner, sticky situation. There we go, a very sticky situation now. A bunch of that green goo lands on these carriers and Corsairs, but Hydras can't really make their way up this ramp with the D-Web on top. They're gonna have to run forward underneath all of this before actually firing upon anything. The D-Web is crazy right now. Just stopping everything from attacking. Here comes a round of Scourge. It does manage to connect with one of those carriers, but there's still so many.
Yeah, this craziness out of Best right now. It's showing like how strong this build order can be potentially with the right execution. It is just so hard to execute, generally speaking. That's why we don't see it more often. It's a very hard build order to pull off, but he's doing a good job of it thus far, managing to gun down most of the Scourge before they can connect. Beautiful D-Webs locking out the points of contact from the Hydra, preventing them to get any surface area or real damage out onto the carriers that they need to. He really needs Plague. I don't know, I don't like this choice from him, relying on these Scourge for so long. He's dumped all of his gas into the Scourge. We need to be teching into Defilers much sooner and getting some Plagues and Dark Swarm to help fight and hold these bases, while also getting a lot more damage potential from our Hydras going forward. So a little bit frustrating that he's kind of relied purely on these Queens and Scourge for so long, because the Corsairs have +3. They're going to kill these Scourge so fast. We got another Queen trying to come down here, but doesn't have enough energy to end snare. There's one more Queen waiting in the wings, but neither of them have enough end snare. Oh, this one does. Okay, there's one more end snare available for Yosu here. Maybe he can make something work here. If he can somehow pin down these carriers if they go in and get a little bit brave, maybe he can make something work. But Best doing so far a good job of abusing this terrain and keeping his carriers in the safe dead zone of this water area on the right-hand side of the map, coming into the natural expansion now of Yosu, throwing down D-Webs onto those Hydra spots and doing a lot of damage with these carriers soon.
Yeah, he could just focus down a hatchery here if he wanted to, but he's just killing off as many Hydras as he can. And now as the Hydras start to die, the Corsair is going to run forward and kill a ton of Overlords here. These Overlords are super grouped up. He really needs to throw down the... Oh, he does get the ensnare on a few of these Corsairs, and the carriers are going to have to back way back to this little water area once again. We are getting +1 attack now for Yosu. How many armor does he have on his flying units? He's got 3 armor, so he's maxed out there. He's going to start to get attack upgrades as well. Maybe he wants to transition into Guardian. I thought he was going to do that as he got that Greater Spire. He also has the Defiler Mount, and he's getting consumed now, but
it's way
just a
too
little
late.
bit slow on that.
It's way too late. Like, it'd be so much more cost efficient just to land down a Plague on these carriers, and then they just lose their potency. Once they're down to 1 HP and 150 shield hit points, they just absolutely melt to Hydras. So I really don't understand why we haven't got the earlier Plague from this Zerg. Kind of a bit frustrating as a fellow Zerg player watching this, relying so heavily on these Scourge. It'd be way more gas efficient to go for the Plagues, but a little bit unfortunate for him there in that regard. I think Best is going to slowly start to mine out more of the map and just kind of split the map in half and split the Zerg in half going forward as well. We have like 3-3-2 grades on these air units for the Protoss. 3 attack, 3 shields, 2 armor. Absolutely craziness.
Wow. Wow, and the middle of the map has now been taken. Yosu is going to try and get these double gas guys. It's not bad, actually, using some Scourge to deal with the carriers if you have this much gas, but Best's going to come up here and try to harass this. Looks like he's going to fly into the main simultaneously, try to get on top of this. Hydras are running up the ramp really, really fast and going to jump on top of one of these carriers. He gets one of them immediately. Goes after a second. Not the greatest D-Web usage there. Best, maybe he was out of energy or wasn't able to find a Corsair that had energy. Now the carrier interceptor number is going down quite low. We still haven't seen a Dark Swarm yet, which is really unfortunate for Yosu, but he's starting to clean this up. He's starting to hold this off. There's another few Scourge coming up. He's going to get a big ensnare there, and now can run forward underneath these carriers. Going to kill a couple of them, it looks like. Gets one more. Not quite. It does fly away over top of that high ground. Middle of the map has been secured here by Yosu. He's not mining off of both gases, but could definitely mine those both out pretty quickly here. Best has some... Oh,
Plague's finished researching. The Plague just finished researching. Oh, he's out of range. He could have plagued with this Defiler in the natural, could have gone all of those carriers and Corsairs with just one solid plague. He might be able to still get it. Can he get an Overlord over here to spot the high ground? Oh, he can see them now. Plague.
He's trying, he's clicking it.
Yeah, he's just barely out of range.
Can't do it. Oh, get the plague. There it is. Big plague.
Huge plague.
Really nicely done.
Getting the chili sauce all over those Corsairs. Love to see it. Now we just need the carriers too, and we can actually make this work for the Zerg.
Oh. No Dark Swarm there. This army is just about cleaned up, but it's taken a heck of a long time, and you can see Best back at home. He's got 199 supplies, so I'm assuming a carrier army is somewhere to be found. There it is. Big old carrier army in the main base has been reproduced here for Best. So the moment that this gets taken out, you know, Yosu is just going to have a ton more problems on his plate. Here he comes, trying to push in towards the center right. There's tons of Hydras there, though. I don't think he can break that. And here comes some more Scourge. Are they going to connect? They're connecting on the Interceptors. That's not a very worthwhile trade.
Yeah, they were just an attack move, so as soon as the Interceptors popped out, the Scourge were like, huh, Scoopy snack, and then just get gunned down.
It's like 4 Reavers going to try to take the low ground here for Best. Just a flood of Hydras should be able to kill these. And if he loses those, maybe Yosu can actually get up on this high ground and potentially take out that base up there. Of course, the carriers should be brought forward to help deal with that. But Yosu, he really can't afford to let Best take this base right now. The bottom left-hand quadrant, it has to be denied. Otherwise, you know, Best is going to be able to take better trades throughout this game and eventually wear down Yosu, even though he has the center of the map.
Yeah, this is the interesting thing, is that we have this extra gas from the center of the map. But yeah, it's not really ideal if we let the Protoss get this many bases for free. It would be nice if we could shut down at least him from getting one of them. As it stands, though, we're going to be just kind of coming up even on resources, essentially. But with the minerals in the middle, they're not actually optimal. I don't think they have full resources. So actually the middle base, kind of a little bit weird in terms of, does it count as a base fully or not? It kind of is a full base, but not exactly the most optimal base. Comes Scourge connection, bottom right, going to be cleaning up more of these carriers. There is still 4 carriers alive. 1 does bite the dust there, so now just 3 down here. It's taking him so long to clean these up. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's going to bring more and more Scourge up to finally deal with that. He's trying to push into the bottom left, just not able to do it. It looks like he's going to turn his attention instead here towards the main base. And he's also going to try and run forward here. There's still 4 Reavers, though. 4 Reavers is pretty darn hard with all of these cannons assisting and the shuttle to pick up and keep these Reavers alive. It's going to be super, super hard to get through here. Very cost efficient. Best, he's just going to keep his carrier army down here in the bottom left, actually sending it up now, maybe to assist a little bit. Looks like the carrier fleet has finally just about been dealt with here. Still, these Scourge trying to connect with Interceptors, though. We're diving here into the natural. Some good D-webs come down, but Hydra spilling forward. Starting to break through that, and you can't even move forward now. There's too many D-webs.
Yeah, the carriers are intercepting Hydras that are on the way too, so all these Hydras being dealt with in piecemeal, while the D-webs are disrupting any damage being done at the front. So pretty good play. Oh, but the Corsairs getting caught out. Need to pull those back to the safety net of that natural expansion if you can. Do not want to be wasting too many of these Corsairs. Need that valuable D-web to make sure we get cost-efficient value to. The carriers do get plagued, and some of them do go down a little bit in HP to these Hydras, but it's still such a healthy count of carriers. Still 8 carriers, one or 2 on red HP, so it could be falling to a couple of Scourge or some Hydras. So this is actually a crazy game that we're seeing right now, because Best actually can't move out for the time being, so we're going to be seeing a little back and forth from both players as they try and skirmish each other's unit counts down while kind of mining the similar amount of resources.
Yeah, it's really sad to see more Scourge fly forward and just die to Interceptors, or like suicide onto the Interceptors. Is probably the worst trade in the world. Interceptors cost hardly any money at all, and that's quite a lot of gas being used up here by Yosu. And now he's going to try and kill this top center base. It's probably the least effective use of his time right now that he could possibly think of. The bottom left is like not really well defended. There's only 2 Reavers there and 3 cannons. He could definitely crack that base, but instead he's over here killing cannons for whatever reason. That's very silly. Carriers are heading down to the bottom left now. They're going to be there to defend, and it seems like Best is held on almost everywhere except for this 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it's really, really bizarre that he's like come up into the 12 o'clock like this, and I don't know why he's not utilizing Defilers more. Like Dark Swarm and Plague is like all we need to really shut down the value of this air fleet of the Protoss player. The only real issue then is the Reavers after the facts, but we don't really need to like break those expansions in the natural or anything from the Zerg either, so could just be a lot more wise with his unit composition and try and utilize the Reavers a little bit more to get some Dark Swarms to help soak up the shots from those cannons and those interceptors, so he doesn't just lose too many Hydras too quickly and has the DPS that he needs to start pushing through these Protoss positions.
A gentleman's agreement this game, not to make any, or not to cast any Dark Swarm and not to make any Templar.
It seems like that, doesn't it?
It seems like that. Now a big army coming up here for Yosu. He's going to try and break through this one more time. There's just 2 Reavers here. That's all he has for that splash damage. They're going to be taken down, but more D-webs come down, and he has to back away once again. This is crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. We have one Defiler here in the middle of the map. If you can get one big plague on all of these carriers, it could really change this game a lot.
Yeah, that's all he needs. Just one carrier catch with one plague, and it can all turn around. Like I said earlier, just 150 shields and 1 HP. These carriers just pop like candy. Big force coming down to assault the natural expansion in the bottom left quadrant of the map, but it's just pure Hydra, so they will be falling quite in large number to these Reavers. And now with the disruption web support coming from these Corsairs, it's going to be a little bit hard for them to come in too deep. Carriers will be also coming in to support this position. Hydras are microing out of the D-web a little bit to get on top of the Reavers, but not enough to shut them down completely. Now carriers are here to deal with this, and without any Dark Swarm to kind of fortify this position with the Hydras, it's going to be really untenable for him to keep fighting here.
He's trying to kill the Nexus, but the D-webs, oh my god, the D-webs protecting it over and over again. Looks like the carrier's just going to clean everything up, and yeah, Yosu, he's found no progress in either the natural or the bottom left. He's sending forward a ton of Lings now to sort of shore up this next attack. I saw 8 Mutas got produced, but I don't see them on the map. Do you see 8 Mutas? Oh, there they are. They're actually being morphed into Devourers in the top right-hand corner.
Oh.
Looks like Best is going to go on the attack, and Devourers are going to come out here. They have very, very good upgrades right now. I think it's 2, 3, and
yeah.
Lings are cracking the natural now. Finally, he's getting in here with the Lings, starting to break through, and maybe he can get on top of these Stargates and start to turn things around.
Yeah, well, the acid spores of those Devourers do reduce both the attack speed, turn rate, and the what's it called, the armor of the Protoss units. So with the carriers being at like 7 armor, shredding that down to 0 is going to be really huge if you get the 7 stacks of Devourers on top of them.
Plague!
Huge plague on the carriers, saying that's insane. Devourers coming in, trying to splash their acid spores on all the Protoss units as well, reducing their armor. But there's no units here to support this, though, so it's actually not going to do a lot for him unless the Hydras can get in here to help clean these up too. So for the time being, like, they actually did kind of sacrifice a few of those Devourers. He needs to be able to fight this army now and make use of the fact that he did get the splash of those acid spores on the units, reducing their armor points quite significantly. Does start to gun down these Corsairs a little bit with a few Hydra, but there's not much infantry down there. Instead, trying to do a counterattack in the top left with a Ling Flood and Hydra spreading up there. Kind of a base trade scenario for these two players. Looks like neither one of them wants to commit to fighting the armies head on, instead just trying to skirmish down one another's production and infrastructure, kind of slowly starting to eliminate the tech and the production of both sides.
3 more Stargates going up in the bottom left-hand corner. Starting to rebuild that. We had 27 Hydras in production and 8 Devourers, so a ton of anti-air coming up here for Yosu. We'll see if he can rebuild some of these buildings, because he's going to start to lose the main. Oh, the +1 or the +2 attack is almost done. Wait, is this +3 attack almost finished, but it does not finish. Targeted down there by Best, and it gets denied at that +3. Does he throw down a Spire here somewhere? We need to throw down a Spire right now for Yosu, and a Defiler's Nest as soon as possible. That hive is about to fall. Where's the Spire? There it is. Okay, Spire in the top right. We have a Defiler.
I don't see one.
Defiler's Den. Oh, Defiler's Mound. Oh, no Defiler's Mound.
Uh-oh. That's a bit of a bad news bears situation, not being able to afford any more defilers so that we can keep plaguing and using dark swarms to hold some positions. We're going to be really mined out of the map real soon. We have some money in the bank, a little dark swarm assault on left. Look how much value this one dark swarm's getting on the 9 o'clock right now. Just one dark swarm allowing these 4 hydras to go to work. We should have seen these kind of plays a little bit earlier, utilizing dark swarm to increase the cost efficiency of our units much earlier on in the game.
A couple of lurkers have been produced. What are those for? I have no idea. But here comes Best here into the center right. Gonna start to throw down those D-webs. Hydras are coming from both sides. Here comes a big plague. No, Dark Swarm gets thrown down. He will push everything back. And look at how Best just has to retreat from this position once the Dark Swarm is here. Dark Swarm's so useful in this composition.
Yeah, you basically need the Dark Swarm to hold these positions, and if the carriers are softened up with a plague already, they don't want to stay too long to try and snipe the hatchery by pushing in too deep as well. So as long as you can get some plagues on those carriers and swarm up those positions, you can hold on quite nicely. But the problem is that we don't have that Defiler mount anymore. So is there, I think, how many Defilers are out on the map? I only see that one. Is there any others?
There's 2. There's one on the center left and one on the center right. So he does have 2 Defilers at least, but precious resource here for Yosu. He's building a ton of mutas and Scourge here. Can he win in this late game Zerg versus Protoss air battle? It's gonna come down to this. This army moving through the middle of the map is massive. It is gigantic. So many carriers here, so many Corsairs with their 3-3-3 finished up now, I think. Yeah, all 3 upgrades are done. Here we go. Big army coming forward for Yosu. Can he get the connections that he so desperately needs? I want to see him come up and start to fight with the Devours and then run forward with the Scourge, but he actually sends the Scourge in first. They all get eaten alive by those Corsairs. Now here comes the Muta. Those are really the finishing blow. That's when all the acid spores have been spread on these carriers. You want to bring forward the Mutas to kind of finish them off. But Devours have to go first here. Hydras come second, then come the Scourge, then the Mutas come in to finish everything off once the carriers have all been spread with that acid spore. And how it actually works is they don't reduce armor. Each acid spore increases the damage by 1. So if there's 9 acid spores on there, then an attack that does 1 damage now does 10 damage. So it really increases the attacks of small units small hits like from Hydras and also from the Mutas as well with those bouncing glaives. But spreading the acid spores on the interceptors is not nearly as good as spreading it on the carriers themselves. And look at this, still so much money here for Best. He's mining a ton of resources. He's rebuilding that carrier count. Probably going to be able to max out here before he runs out of minerals. And Yosu, he's got like almost nothing left, man. He's got 7,000 minerals in the bank. And almost all the resources have been mined off of his parts of the map. This is not looking good for him. He needs to track down this army here and then get on top of this natural and kill it right here, right now. ASAP. I wouldn't mind seeing even a couple of Guardians built right here just to harass these minerals and then maybe force the Corsairs to come back, get caught in the middle of the map somewhere on their way back there. So far, Best actually heading into the top right, and Yosu moving to defend. Can he fight this army? Devours are coming up here. He needs to get the perfect connections on all of his spells and abilities in order to win this fight. Best is just not letting him have it. He's backed away into this high ground area, so the Hydras can never really
plague,
connect.
Though.
Oh my God, that plague! Everything got hit by plague there.
This is really big for Yosu now, getting all of those carriers plagued up like that. That's all he needed this entire game, was just to soften up the army just that one time, and then he can make a big play to push and kill for it. If he had ensnare, it'd be even more hilarious in doubling up the chili sauce with a little bit of maybe a little bit of green gravy, something a bit more extra, green Thai curry or something. Big hits
here. Really nice hits from the Devours. They're spreading their acid spores. How many acid spores do we have on all this? It's like 9 acid spores on everything right now. So if he managed to get on top and actually start to fight these carriers, he has the opportunity right now with all the mutas here in the center. I don't know if he's actually going to bring them up. The Devourers are actually chasing away the Corsairs, so this is a big opportunity right here, right now. If he sends all the mutas up here and just focuses down the carriers, he might have a chance to kill them all. He's not moving the mutas, and the acid spores are running out. We're just down to 6 acid spores now on each of these carriers, and that is going to wear off here shortly. So a bit of a missed opportunity for Yosu there, as the carriers are going to meet back up now with the Corsairs. And this army is just, it's a giga army here now, with more carriers coming up, more Corsairs being added. And now another attack coming up from Yosu. He's going to try and dive on this once again, but all the Devourers go down. And there's just not too much left. Another Greater Spire is coming up. He's going to morph more Devourers, I think, here, but it's just probably not going to be the ticket.
No, I don't think that's going to work for him here. He needed to capitalize once he had the splash on all of his utility on those carriers, and now that they've all worn off, it's going to be really hard for him to engage cost efficiently and get that going again. He doesn't have the Devourer account to do that kind of play again. It's going to be really hard for him going forward. We do have a Great Aspire being on the way in the top right of the Queen being made, maybe giving him some end snare value soon to try and make something work here, but I'm not sure if he's got enough units to do it. He's going to need to get really on top of these carriers here, but I don't think enough of them are softened up to make that happen. There are quite a few of them on red HP, but I think there's enough healthy carriers here that it's going to come down to execution. I think as long as Best can exploit this terrain, it's going to be come down to just pure micro here from the D-webs and the positioning of the units.
Yeah, it's really important that you only really need about like 9 or 10 Guardians here, or sorry, Devourers here to spread all the acid spores, and the rest should be in Muta to gun down all those carriers and Corsairs after the spores have been spread. But he's adding 16 Devourers, and he's going to try and hold off this attack here up to the top right. The Hydras are doing almost nothing on the low ground. Killing off interceptors is the best they can do. Here comes another Plague onto the high ground, it looks like. Unless he wants to go for Dark Swarm. Goes for another Plague. Gets it. All the carriers have been plagued once again. Here comes the Devourers. Gonna try to break through this. Shooting their acid spores actually onto the interceptors is not the greatest. He really needs to target here and start to break through all of these carriers here. The Corsairs and carriers just gonna run away from this army, but the acid spores are being spread. A lot of this army is dying here. It's falling back down towards the center right now, and at least the Hydras can't chase from this, but the Devourers are doing a good job finally at actually killing a lot of this. Now the Corsairs are going to come up though, and all these stacked Devourers are getting ripped to pieces. Oh my god, this is crazy gameplay, guys. All the Overlords have been killed, by the way. 52 supply, 122 of 52. Can't even spend this last 2,000 gas that he has banked up.
No, he certainly can't. He can't even build anything right now. He's currently Overlord stuck as well. Does start to get on top of these units a little bit, but it's going to be too little too late. He doesn't have the kind of force he needs to fight this anymore. He still has a few Devourers in his reserve, but it's going to be a little bit tough for him to keep fighting this Protoss army. As long as the Protoss can get away and keep cleansing himself of these acid spores over and over again and forcing the Zerg to have to re-engage and losing Devourers in the process. It's going to be really hard for the Zerg to trade cost efficiently with these Devourers. They're not the greatest of units despite providing that utility of damage increase.
Yeah, I think you just need a small group of them to spread the acid spores, and the rest should probably be in Muta, as I was saying before. But I think we're seeing the reason why a lot of Protoss players don't go for this style. There are things that can counter it. It's very strong, but it also takes an insane amount of time to take out a Zerg player who spread themselves all over the map and is defending each attack. It's just really hard to end this game. Best has been in a good position for a very long time, but it's going to go to a mine out situation almost no matter what at this point.
Yeah, currently Best just doing his best to, pun intended, abuse the terrain of this map with this carrier fleet, doing an absolutely exceptional job of executing this build order. But as you say, it's one of the hardest styles to pull off and does take a long time. GG, finally. Zerg going to tap out after a long game. Really epic stuff here.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. We see that Best, he's capable of pulling off just about any build in any matchup. but wasn't able to take this guy down until the very, very end stages. It's so hard to play this. He's just flying around now, checking everything out, seeing what his opponent had, and now is going to leave that game. So he takes away some ladder points from his opponent, but very, very well played by Yosu to stick it out through this whole game. Just a few small adjustments probably would have won him this one. Well, here is your replay information, your units, your structures, and your resources. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us throughout that one. I know it was a long game, but I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you guys in the next cast. All right, you're probably tired now, hey? That was kind of a crazy one.
But I could do a break, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a little break. What a psycho game.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy game.
Yeah, making 16 devours just feels so wrong. You just can't kill anything with them, you know?
No, they're not.
So
They're
slow.
not. Yeah, they're not good units. Like generally, you should have
They're
been
not meant for that.
You should have been plaguing and swarming way earlier on. Wouldn't have even been in that situation if he'd started plaguing earlier.
The amount of Scourge that hit interceptors that game was kind of insane.
That's why you don't attack move into carriers of Scourge.
Yeah, no kidding. I've definitely been in situations like that before, and yeah, it's Dark Swarm is definitely the way to go. Dark Swarm with the Hydras underneath. Yeah, they can use D-Web on you, but I mean the best they can do is just kill your hatchery and then fly away. You just rebuild it.
Thank you, Ace. Ace says, nice cast, Saiyan/Sun.
Thanks, man.
You sent a photo on Discord? Okay. I can put on some Luffy real quick while we're smoking. Ace just sent me a photo of his cats sitting on both of his computer chairs.
Stolen chair.
Yeah, like he frequently says like, "Oh, I can't play right now. My cats are in my chair," kind of thing. This is what he sent me. Look.
Aww.
I think he's only got them for a few more days. I think they're going back to their original owner soon.
Oh yeah.
I think he was just looking after him, yeah. Wow, Ace, you want to hear something fucking crazy? Is that we have the exact same table legs on your desk. I have a different tabletop, but I've got the exact same legs on my desk.
Almost like they were all made in China.
Yeah, I had a big selection I could choose from because I picked the tabletop and the legs separately. I could choose which legs I wanted. I picked these ones because they were quite sturdy and had adjustable bits. So I could have picked many different types of made in China ones, but I picked these ones, which he has also got. Are you playing with any of the edits of what we've done so far yet, or not?
Not yet. I'm just going. Well, I guess I can rip them together here quick. It's not such a pain in the ass anymore.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. On my old computer.
The show match. Okay, it's about to begin. I'm going to pause donos for it.
It's IKEA. Just as cheap technically. Yeah, I pretty much got the same thing as you. Just a different tabletop. How can you kick them off? Yeah, I don't know how you can kick those cats off. But, well, you can. You can kick them off, you know, like, be gentle with them. And pick them up gently. Don't kick cats. Nice. Sausage monkey. Buying games. We're just on break at the moment.
Get out.
HBC is the hardest matchup.
Can you guess which one is the boy? I'm guessing the one. I don't know actually. I'm guessing the one looking at you. The one that's like loafing up and looking at you. Like, got a problem with this human? Deal with it.
So my guess as to who this is, it's either a Protoss player playing Zerg or Ox Zerg. On second thought, the ping is too bad, so it's not Ox Zerg.
Is that the boy ace, or is the other one the boy?
Be just a 100% all in the entire time, both games. It's fucking. Be just. It's like the stupid. I stopped like 7.
I'm like scrubbing through a YouTube video. I'll bring it up so you can see it.
The show match. Okay, it's about to begin. I'm going to pause donos for it.
He's playing against Cadenzi, the Scottish Zerg player. That's pretty good. The female Scottish Zerg player. I don't know if you guys even know who that is. Probably have heard of Cadenzi though. Broodlings, eh? I've been thinking of using Broodlings to deal with the tanks. How you get on, Sam?
I found the boost.
The boost?
Like, my computer was getting so hot.
Yeah. You found the turbo mode source shit.
I saw that there was a button on here that looks like a fan.
Mm-hmm.
So I hit the button and the fan cranked up like 200%.
Yeah.
Just blowing out.
So if you don't care about the temperature and you just want to get a bit of extra juice, that's your button.
If I don't care about the noise.
Yeah, if you don't care about noise and shit, yeah. That as well. Noise and heat.
Pull it right down. Something's happening. Because I just tried to render 2 times and it failed. I don't know why.
Failed to render.
Failed to render, and then the DaVinci Resolve video editing program just crashed. I don't know what's going on. Weird, that happened twice.
Have you got anything open that you don't usually or anything?
Maybe it's because I'm rendering in the same way. It renders right up until the end of game number 1, and then it crashes.
Huh.
Weird.
It's kind of bizarre, yeah. Well, you just It's done it twice, you said?
Yeah, it's twice.
Have you done any...
You
You haven't done any, like, drivers or anything and then, like, forgot to restart or something? Like, did you... Or anything like that?
No, I don't think so.
Hmm.
Gotta go.
Or maybe try again. If it fails again, maybe just restart the whole system, just to be safe. See if it's just some weird issue. Artos is playing against Cadenzi right now. We're having a little intermission from our cast. Did a few already. A few games between Artosis and Quark, and then pretty epic PvZ between Best and Ladder Zerg, who deleted his account since the game. Not sure it was because of that game or just deleted the account, but yeah, pretty crazy PvZ that went to late game carrier after Rebus opening. Pretty intense stuff. It should be uploaded to the Satan KCM channel on YouTube. in which we do our other casting for KCM and other ladder games and stuff like that. Check it out. Like, Cadenzi's been doing nothing but like really crazy aggressive openers against him every game. Like, I think game 1 was Ling run by, into Lurker run by, into Muta. She's been doing a lot of Lurker style against him. I wonder because if it's the 16 low, she's been relying more on Lurker cheese. Seeing a lot of queens this game is kind of interesting. A lot of broodling tanks. Because he went like 2 racks into factory. So we had quite a lot of tanks early. Kind of like biomech, you know. How's the rendering going?
Looks like it might come out. Is that ABQ? Good. You know, some sort of weird issue.
Restore, nice. Let's go, Artosis, getting the restore.
Yeah, maybe I just need to render it into a different location than where the video is. That's the issue, but it seems like it is.
Maybe. I don't see why that would be an issue, but you never know what kind of weird hiccups you can have in editing and rendering. Could be something weird like that. Either way, it'd be a good way of troubleshooting, right? If it was something else, it'd be a good way of narrowing it down and figuring it out.
Done. Work.
Nice. Okay, good. Did you do anything? Did you do anything differently between the render where it worked?
I just changed the export folder.
Ooh, okay. Well, who knows? Maybe that was causing some weird issue.
I'm gonna call this instead of ladder battle, like I always call them ladder battle, I'm gonna call it ladder struggle.
Ladder struggle. It's pretty good.
Hey.
Yeah, I bet you that Zerg was a bit frustrated during that game and affected his decision making a little bit.
Oh no, I'm talking about RD versus 4.
Oh, okay, yeah. That definitely was a ladder struggle.
The ladder struggle.
Or ladder snipe struggle.
I'm making a thumbnail here. I'll do with all his entire army in the stasis. I'm probably not making any friends by doing this. I don't think Artosis will like this video.
Hey, you never know. It's possible you won't even see it. He probably, if he did see what it was, it's possible that he wouldn't even want to like watch the games being casted. If that makes sense. Like he'd rather avoid having to deal with it the same way as like he left the game after losing. Just want to avoid having to deal with it. If I had to guess. What?
I was just thinking, you know how Artosis always puts on his cast, like his face looking like really shocked?
Yeah. You can do like what? Do him looking.
His face. Is that going too far?
I don't know. Is it?
Oh, I'm so tempted to do it.
Wait, are you allowed to do that? I guess you could. I'm trying to think if there's anything he could like be like, oh no, you can't use my face and whatever. Like, but I don't think so, right? It's transformative.
It's gonna be fucking hilarious.
You could do it. I think. I think it's transformative enough for it not to be an issue as well. I think so.
Holy shit.
And what about the rest of the thumbnail? Like, what part of the game? Like carriers or like mass stasis units? Like all of
Mass
that.
stasis, yeah.
Yeah. His face just like. Oh.
Did you message me?
Huh? No. No, last thing I sent was the cat picture.
Oh, I was just talking to Mia.
God, Tosis plays TVZ in a bizarre way sometimes. Plays Terran in a weird way sometimes. Not weird, but suspicious, as Wolfix would say. Gonna be coming in here and be launching some Yamato cannons. Beautiful. Plague chili sauce getting erupted on those Valkyries, softening them up. Hasn't done enough to shut down the gas mining with these BCs though. In general. Kind of been really timid, generally speaking, about the big bioforce that he needs to have some map control. Just like hiding in this little corner of the map, you know what I mean?
Okay, this is a bit hard, but I'm still gonna try and do it.
Okay. You got it, buddy. I believe in you.
I got this.
You got this, man.
This looks so stupid. My God. Oh my God, it looks so dumb. I don't have StarCraft, shit. I don't have StarCraft, what's it called? Script. X.
Hmm?
The hell is it? Format. No. What the hell is it called? Text format?
X format.
Yeah.
What are you referring to?
Like so that you can write stuff in a font. Text font, that's what it is.
Oh.
StarCraft font.
You get a StarCraft font off a website quite easily, I think. Like,
Yeah, I got it. Does that not work? Can I use it now? Oh god, dude. Look at this.
oh shit. That's pretty good. That'll do. Oh shit.
Funny.
It's pretty good, man.
Oh, it's bigger than 2 megabytes. How do I lower the file size? How do I lower the file size?
Change the scale of it, like make it lower resolution.
Is this a JPEG? Maybe I need to change it to a different.
If you're in like PNG or something, it might be pretty big, yeah.
Okay, so how do I'll save it as a JPEG instead?
But try it and see if there's too much quality loss first. Like, see what the quality loss is like, because JPEG can be a little bit temperamental. If it doesn't look as much quality loss, then yeah, the JPEG will definitely be way smaller file size. Are you using that font, or is that just like a?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's not bad. I'll use that. Good idea. Good idea. Perfect.
Welcome to Strugglecraft, boys. Oh, and make sure your fonts aligned in the middle properly, like same pixel distance on either side, because the lettering will also be a bit weird on some fonts that you use. So you might have to do like manual alignment on the text sometimes.
I don't know what you mean.
Like sometimes, like you know, like sometimes you like center text to be in the middle, right?
Mm.
Some fonts will have like weird shaped lettering, so it won't be central. Like on the left, it will look like it's farther over, or then on the right, or whatever.
I think it looks okay. You notice a difference?
Oh, you mean on the one you sent me?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the one you sent me, you're like 3 pixels too far over to the right, for example, or at least 2. You see how the S is like riding on the edge, like it's like the feathering on the letter is like 1 pixel off on the border, whereas on the left you've got like a good, I don't know, quite a few pixels.
Fine, I'll change it.
If you want me to be anal about it.
Yeah, okay.
Got this gap there. But yeah, I think you only need to shift it over like 3 pixels to the left or something.
I did already.
I know it sounds anal, but it actually might make a big difference for how your thumbnails look, because it's already quite a tight, small image, and making the text like really central at the bottom along the edges will make it pop nicer, I think.
I'm still just laughing about his face.
It's good, man.
Every time I see his thumbnails, I cringe a little bit. Like, oh man, really? I can't imagine taking photos of myself like that and putting it on every video. But we gotta put fun at it a little bit.
Yeah, it's all good fun at the end of the day. It's not like we're ripping on the guy or anything, just making some fun content. Toast is just like sausage monkey in this game. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Say GG.
Man, our last KCM did not do very well.
It's so fun. I get on, I laugh for an hour and a half, get cheese every game, then get into this fucking show matchup against who the fuck knows. Every game, the cheesiest shit you could
1,500 views instead of like 3, 4, 5,000 usual. Weird. Maybe it didn't get in the algorithm. I don't know.
Wait. Are you sure you've got the right tag things on? Like when your filters or whatever. Like you're not just looking for popular. You're looking for like them in order of like upload and shit.
Yeah, I'm just looking at regular content. Yeah. Didn't do so good. Got a lot of likes, but weird. Almost a similar number of likes to other videos. But
It's so ridiculous.
yeah, unfortunate.
Well, you might still be getting like a high floor audience that is supportive, but maybe just not attracting the thumbnail or whatever. Like you're not getting as much impression with it. Like people aren't clicking on the thumbnail as much, or whatever.
It feels like people who are invested in the tournament should just keep coming back every time. But I don't know. Maybe it was just
No, I think you'd be surprised. Like for example, let's analyze it. For example, like KCM specifically. You mean?
yeah, KCM.
Yeah, well, like specifically to KCM, let's think about it. Like Protoss is flatlining for one. The viewer base and player base is predominantly Protoss, and if they're not doing so well, that's another reason why the viewership might take a hit because of the Protoss lack of performance. That's one reason. Another reason is because people tend to have like burnout in general. Like they can get really excited about something initially, but like having a commitment and discipline to come back to like consuming it again and again like can be too much for a lot of people. Like so they can get like really hyped for an event initially, so like the first like couple of weeks can be really hyped for them, but then like after the fact they kind of like fade off a little bit. That's another reason I think.
Possible too.
I think those two factors are definitely would be on the list, but I'm not sure what else could be affecting that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've seen that trend a lot though in series. And sometimes you can kind of gauge just how popular something is if it's going well, like say a tournament which is really close or whatever, like you can tell how good it is by the consistent viewership because you should expect a dip. It should be like initially there's shit tons of viewership and it very slowly tapers off. But if it's a good tournament, it usually doesn't, right? Usually there's still that hype all the way through. So maybe there's just not been enough quality from the pros showing at least.
Yeah, Protoss not doing well. There's a lot of Protoss players out there, man.
I think that's one of the main catalysts for the... I mean, you'd still see a dip, but I think the reason the dip is that big is because of the lack of performance from Protoss.
Maybe you're right.
See if Artosis can avoid going on full-blown tilt and pull out a win here. Best of 5. I think the 2-2. I think this is the deciding game. This is game 5 and 2-2. Between Cadenzi. I don't think he knows it's Cadenzi though. Like it's like a show match, but I don't think he knows the player. I think he's just assumed it was Zerg or someone. Is Arto live? I don't know if he's live right now. We're watching something he very recently uploaded, which was his games versus Cadenzi. Like a best of 5 show match type thing, but he didn't know it was Cadenzi at the start. Like assumed it was like someone aggressive like Oxo. Yeah, this is like the most recent upload on his YouTube. I'm like analyzing the games a little bit, and a lot of really cheesy aggression from the Zerg. Like we saw a lot of like lurker tech plays, 2-hatch lurker plays. There was an interesting speedling run by into the the main,
Did you
which is
wanna do
default
another
divide
cast?
by into the natural. What game is it you wanted to cast?
I've
what have you got?
I've got a Soul Key versus Snow game, and I've got 2 JYJ versus Action games.
Hmm. What are you doing tomorrow? Do you have any free time tomorrow to cast, or you aren't able to cast today?
Yeah, I've got cast time tomorrow.
Like, ideally for me, I'd like to break it up because like I didn't get much sleep last night, and I'm like lower energy than usual. So like for me, it'd be ideal if I could wait till tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. I'll take a break. Maybe I'll cast one solo this afternoon, but we'll do some more tomorrow. Okay?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, sounds good. I'll take a little rest myself.
All right, sounds good. All right, buddy.
Bye.
Action vs JYJ, the ASL winner. Yeah, I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm like pretty low energy. So I might save myself for casting tomorrow a bit more. Did a few games already today. We were up to like really late last night, and I had my cousin staying over, so I stayed up like even later than I anticipated. And then we got up a little bit earlier than anticipated because we had my sister and niece coming around. So we were a little bit less rested than we would usually be. So maybe take it a little bit easier on the casting today. Ace, do you want to play? Ace. Ace. Let's play. I think I'm like too tired to like do like super serious 1v1s, but we can either do 2v2s, 2v3s, some UMS. Something like that. I'll be back just 1 second, guys. Oh shit! Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming. That's what she said. I was getting drink. Irie. It's like it's almost like Jamaican. It's like everything Irie, as in like everything all right. Don't be a bomber clat. Everything Irie. The minute we catch you, old girl, talk like that to me now. Reefer's on because he's. Yeah, slow in more ways than one. Need to get a new keyboard. And a new pair of hands. Welcome to God Tower Defense. Tip: to gather the gas, create a probe at your nexus. Got a ghost already, yes. What have you got? Got 2 DTs, man. You could merge, you could merge. You could merge, you little sausage monkey. Okay.
완료되었습니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Oh, let's put the Luffy on.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Upgrade complete.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Keep spawning this one now. We get the marine one though, did we? No. Oh, we did, yeah, sorry, yeah. 2 Dark Temple and 2 marine.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Oh, we got a meter.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
One more probe. Alright, there is a meter quest, isn't there? It's like two meters though. Yeah, 2 meter, 2 Bengal. Okay. Okay, we can keep those till we get Bengal.
보스를 소환합니다.
아이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라. 우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다.
준비나 해라.
now I get the Bengals.
보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
What was it? Guardian and what? One Guardian, free bet.
보스를 소환합니다.
That's two.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다.
보호막하 복귀 온라인.
완료되었습니다. 보스 보스를 소환합니다.
Yeah, not getting a god
완료되었습니다.
is not ideal.
보스를 소환합니다.
아이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
Problem is that even if I do get the god, I don't really want to merge the Zerg force if I can help it. So I might get a unit I haven't got upgraded and then we're in trouble.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Shit, maybe I should have just kept the Guardian. But I guess I need to check for fours actually, so no, probably not. I should still gamble for it at this stage.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 동원할 것이니.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
나 대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 동원할 것이니. 아이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
완료되었습니다.
Insufficient vesting gas.
보스를 소환합니다. 소환합니다.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
전 파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠. 난 터트리는데 뛰어난 재능이 있지.
사용이 완료되었습니다. 사용이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 사용이 완료되었습니다.
Not enough minerals.
보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals.
준비나 해라. 어둠의 후예다.
사용이 완료되었습니다.
고고. Too yellow. Please don't like too much. Oh mein Gott.
소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
2 medic and 1 Zergling's another mission.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
I think there's a Hydra one. Is it? Oh, 3 Hydra ones out, that's it, yeah.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Oh, I got 2 Bengals, need 1 more. There's 3 Bengals. Obviously not going to get their muters anytime soon with the other one, but 3 Bengals is doable now.
Not enough minerals.
Only 1 Zealot now as well. 3 Hydra, 1 Zealot.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Nice. Got the Marine. Got the Marine DT one. Do you want the 2 ghosts to stay? The 3 ghosts, 1 Defiler. Or 2 ghosts, 2 Archon, that's pretty, yeah. I think I'd rather have power now.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Online.
보스를 소환합니다.
Upgrade complete.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient Vespene gas.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다. 소환합니다.
Upgrade complete. 우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다.
Modern has no use. Modern has no use.
Upgrade complete.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 소환합니다.
Modern has no use. Modern has no use.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Modern has no use. Modern has no use. Modern has no use.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
보호막하 무기 온라인. Upgrade complete.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
바이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Pardon me. We belching. People talking shit, we scotching.
우리의 힘은
완료되었습니다.
영원할 것이니.
Motherfucker. We got the carrier, and we got the Corsair, the two best units in the game, he said, ironically.
소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
나 대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
전 파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
바이어를 위해서라면
전 파리의
이루어지리라.
날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
나 대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Insufficient vessel gas.
우리의 힘은 영원할
전
것이다.
파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
Minerals.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Upgrade complete.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals.
보호막 가도 무기 온라인. Upgrade complete.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
바이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리다.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
그대에게 저주가 내리길.
바이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리다.
Insufficient rescuing gas.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
준비나 해라.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
해라.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Insufficient rescuing gas.
보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
완료되었습니다.
난 대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
Come on, Ace.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다.
Dude,
What up? What up?
so sad right now.
Why?
Something happened to our recording of that the best game.
What happened?
It's like the
완료되었습니다.
sound is fucked up. I don't know.
Sounds fucked up.
Our sound is fine, but the game sound is like
소환합니다.
really, really messed up. I have no idea why.
What? The game sound? Why would,
Yeah,
yeah, that makes
game-
no sense. Why would the
Oh.
game sound be fucked up?
I don't know.
Shit.
Yeah, I think the Artosis one turned out alright.
Hmm.
Majorly wrong. I'm already uploading it, so I'll just send you the link to it.
Okay.
It's getting weird, man. I really don't know about it.
Is there anything you can do? Have you got the game sound and mics on different channels and shit?
Yeah, I do.
Is there any way? Do we just do that game without the game sounds? And maybe could you put in some like? Could you manually put in some StarCraft music, for example, to play in the background instead of the game sounds? I'm just thinking of a solution.
I could do that, but then there's no like game sound.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
It's not ideal. But yeah, maybe do that just so that we have something.
That'd be the best solution, I think.
Pretty big waste of time to know anything.
보스를 소환합니다.
Ruby Land, yeah, it's in the original video. Why? So weird. Voice sounds absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre that it's like just the game sound. Like, I'm trying to think why the game sound would be affected. I don't know, man. It's pretty bizarre.
보스를 소환합니다.
It's frustrating.
Yeah. I don't blame you being frustrated.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Really annoying.
Yeah, man, that's sucky. I'm sorry.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Yeah, but unironically, I think we should just literally start doing a test recording, but every single game, because like it's possible something fucks up in halfway between that we don't realize, and we take a recording hit.
Weird.
It's so bizarre, yeah.
Sounds fine until
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo. What's up, Sammy?
I'm about to warm up because I gotta play remap for NSL.
Oh yeah? How you feeling about that?
I feel fine. Win or lose, it's whatever. I've beaten him before. So,
Interesting, Sammy. Like, I get the vibe from you that you would want to win. So why do you have the feeling that you don't care if you win?
because it's NSL.
That's what I mean. Like, why does that not match you winning or losing?
There's nothing on the line.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Okay, maybe I should ask a more specific question. What would need to be on the line for it to intrigue you? Like, is it a money thing for you, or is it like there needs to be more status applied, or like what's the situation with that?
Well, I care about winning clan league matches because it helps the team.
Right. But aren't you helping your NSL team too by winning the NSL matches? Which are also your teammates, clan teammates?
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Yeah, but nothing happens even if we win every single game.
Ah, so we're going down the nihilistic road.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
What's the matter, Sammy? What's got a bug up your butt today?
Tired.
Yeah, fair enough.
보스를 소환합니다.
Been a long weekend.
Yeah. You got any plans for now? For the evening?
I just play this match and then hang out with my lady.
Yeah, sounds good.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
You're not too enthusiastic about it?
No, I'm just wondering what I should do to warm up.
Alright. Well, do the 182A3 at first.
I don't remember what the hell that's called. Is it just called one?
Just just search for 182A3A. Do that first.
There it is.
That'll get your hands and mechanics going a little bit.
Yeah.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Could also practice doing macro cycles between the levels, like, you know, your actual, what you, like, push enter to type it in and then enter again. So, like, practice your macro cycles as well as doing the 182A3A.
Oh, this is so weird. It's so weird. The recording's messed up from 14 minutes to 24 minutes, and then it goes back to being fine again.
For how long, sorry? 14 minutes?
From like minute 14
Yeah.
to minute 24.
Huh.
It's like all jittery and like the game sound really fucked up.
Okay,
And
well,
it, like, goes back to normal.
there's two main solutions then. Either you, like, cut the channel, that audio channel for that duration and fill it with like some StarCraft music or something else with like a little like subtitle thing saying sorry, audio technical difficulty here, blah blah blah, like but only lasting 10 minutes. Or another solution, but this is a lot more of a ball ache, But you could go back into the replay and just record the game sounds and try and like maybe like synchronize roughly where the screen positioning would be, so you can capture some of the game sounds to like edit it in after the fact. So there's still, but that's just such a ball ache. I don't think you'd want to do that.
Brutal.
Yeah, I wouldn't think you would want to do that. So I think the first thing I said would probably be the best way of going about it.
Yeah. And I mean, even if I did it like nearly perfect, people would be kind of confused. I think.
Yeah.
You know, they'd be like, why is that sound, you know, seconds off, or why is that sound, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just
why
like
is that Hydra shooting and making sound, that Hydra shooting and that makes a sound.
like,
you know? Like,
yeah, the amount of work for the amount of payoff is like not worth it. So yeah.
I'm glad it's not the whole video. But
Yes, I think 10 minutes. So I would say, yeah, like a little message saying like sorry for like 10 minutes of audio disruption, but they can still hear our voices, and you can put some StarCraft music in there, or like whatever you want to kind of supplement.
I guess I'll do that.
Well, another thing you could do is have StarCraft music playing faintly all the way through, and then during that portion of the video where the game sounds cut out, you can then just increase the volume level of that channel so that the background music is slightly louder to kind of fill that dead air a little bit.
No, I have StarCraft music playing the whole time already.
Okay, then we're good.
소환합니다.
난 대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
Here you can take a look at it. Pending maybe you can see it here. It might be playing right now.
Might be playing right now.
Are you playing a game?
Oh yeah, I'm in a GTD. Oh, were you trying to share screen with me or something?
No, I was just gonna send you the upload that I.
Okay, yeah, send it to me and I'll check it out, like when I die soon or whatever. Like now.
Broken.
I actually just died, like the timing of that.
Broken ass video. I was hoping it was just like the recording, or not the recording, the editing. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome.
Okay, it's uploaded. I'm checking it.
Ah, hey, you know what?
What?
While we were recording, I remember I even said it in the recording at 14 minutes and 30 seconds.
You said something,
I
yeah.
said, like, there was like some sort of a glitch in the recording because it like everything messed up for a second, and I wasn't sure what happened.
So
I don't see it visually on the recording, but something obviously got fucked.
Yeah, yeah. I remember you saying that, yeah.
I think it was from the ladder.
And like right at that time is when it started.
The person in the top left-hand corner, the Protoss player in the orange, is gonna be best. He's playing against QR Yeosu, some player in S rank whose account has since been deleted, so I can't really check out and try to find who he is. Down here in the bottom right hand corner, what kind of tactics best is going to use here on Fighting Spirit?
Well, it's going to be probably a Forge Fast Expand against Overpool. It is Fighting Spirit, the distance is a little bit shorter, so you can go for the Gateway Expand Pressure. I think it's a little bit risky, you don't quite know what you're up against. I mean, you could even see some like really early pool shenanigans from the Zerg as well. So I think both players are going to be playing a little bit.
Of his hands as he once would. I've seen him micro 2 stacks of meters rather exceptionally.
What's going on, everybody? We got a special.
Yeah, Quark's a very intellectual player. He likes to really analyze his games on the fly, and he's very thoughtful. He kind of needs to make up for his lack of mechanical prowess, so to speak. And Artosis is a very mechanically strong player, so we can see Artosis wanting to rely on that strength. Well, at least we've got the audio sounding better. Improvements have been making, so it's good. Step in the right directions. How you getting on, Sammy?
Trying to. I just did a run through of the build, so that's what I wrote.
Okay. Yeah, Say and I checked out both your uploads, the Unlisted one and the Ladder Struggles one. Audio sounds a lot better on both. Shame about the technical difficulty, but it's still looking good in terms of sound quality overall.
Right. Yeah.
Do you know who J1 is?
Yeah.
Our team.
Yeah. Why?
He's not. I was practicing with him yesterday. I just never seen him before.
Oh, he's just recently come back, I think. I think he was inactive and he's recently come back, yeah. I think he's supposed to be a strong player.
Okay.
Like he was quite high rank in the past.
Yeah, he played well. We traded some games. I kind of threw some because I wasn't really in the mood to play a long.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how good he was, but he definitely was around like AS level.
Yeah, J1's really good.
Yeah, he was good.
Korean Terran, isn't he? Is he Korean?
Yeah, he usually beats me whenever I play him. He's really good. He's like, I'd say he's AS for sure. Him Unko is really good too. If you ever play him, he's similar to J1 skill probably. Have you played Unco, Semi?
Enjoy your few days.
Yeah. What the hell is Desert Strike?
Oh, it's just a like dumb UMS map. It's like you start off with like low economy and you slowly gain resources and you like build buildings to spawn units and like you have to keep teching up to like higher economy levels, but you like interrupt your income to do so. So you got like similar to StarCraft, like you got to expand wisely because if you do it too quickly, you haven't got enough to defend. So yeah, it's like kind of building really good unit compositions to fight them. Because it's all about like strategizing like what units you get in what order. So I could say, for example, rush lurkers, and if he doesn't get observers early on, then I could just like pile up lurkers each time I spawn in an extra pair of lurkers. So yeah, things like that. Or he could do DTs and I don't make up OB speed, then I could be fucked early.
Why not just play a regular game then?
It's just a fun UMS, man.
Sounds like yeah, it's like the same thing as a game.
Yeah, I had like a few hours sleep, so we're like probably not going to play like super serious 1v1s unless yeah.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
My shit's lagging really, really bad. I don't know what's going on.
Not enough minerals. 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 Research complete.
Finally.
How'd the games go with J1? Did you take some games off of him, Semi, or did he win most of them?
We traded back and forth.
Nice. That means your PVT's pretty fucking good. Because he's solid, man.
I'm just lucky.
Nah. Clearly you're good.
No, Semi's only B rank.
I did my 5 placements today. I hit 1966 MMR.
That's pretty good.
$19.66.
Yeah.
That's like 70 more than me.
Nope, you got nothing on me, man. MMR means everything.
That's right. It's absolute.
How the fuck do you get vessels, dude? No way. Oh my god. First time I played Terra on this map.
Not enough minerals.
The quest to win a DS match begins. Already beat Minerals like multiple games in a row on DS. Already did it. I lied about it to Titos. Oh, by the way, Titos.
Oh.
I kind of lied to you last night, by the way.
Lied?
Yeah.
With?
Oh, about the Desert Strike. I was actually beating Minerals in most of those games.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, he won one and I won the others.
Yeah, okay. I thought he was like secretly like a pro or something.
I mean, he knew the maps really well, but I managed to beat him. Managed to figure it out.
Not enough minerals. I can't build there. I'm finished.
You gonna play D4s then?
Yeah, I'm gonna play it a bit.
Yeah. I might play. I mean, I'm gonna buy it, but I don't know if I'm gonna play right away. Like, I'm in a Brood War mood, so I might not even buy it right now. If
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling about it. I mean, I might play it a little bit here and there, but still in the Brood War mood
Like,
generally.
the fact that BWCL is coming up and like there's NSL, there's things to do. Like, and I'm feeling Brood War right now. Like,
Yeah.
I might just not buy it.
Makes sense.
Like, I want to play BWCL. I think he should play too.
Yeah, I could probably do that.
At least the 1v1s you should do.
Okay, well, the first strategy worked.
Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. complete.
Hello?
Hello. What's up, what's up?
Sorry.
Oh my god, he just canceled his factory. That was a mistake.
Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete.
So I wonder if it spawns a lot of Tom Clancy's if you already have loads of elks. I want to test it out. So I should see a lot more than just a race. Kind of.
Dinner's ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, baby. I'll be there.
Nuclear missile ready. Not enough minerals. 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 Not enough minerals.
What the fuck is this?
Add-on complete. 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 Not enough minerals.
Should have picked Zerg. Forgot that I picked a random.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go eat. Back in a few minutes. 20 or 30.
Yo. Semi.
What's up?
How you getting on?
I won the first game.
Can you stream on Discord or not?
No.
Okay, never mind. Well, good luck in your game, man.
Thanks. God damn it.
Oh, of course. Yes, of course. Why wouldn't you do that like this? Fucking dumbass units, man. Abysmal.
Nuclear missile ready. missile ready. Nuclear missile ready.
We require more minerals.
$900. No. Ah, I miscalculated by like a teeny bit. Shit. Almost had 900.
Alright, sweet.
Hmm?
I won.
Nice. Good job.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Evolution complete. Require more minerals.
Hey,
What's up?
do you know how to do like the spoiler free thing?
What do you mean? How do you mean exactly?
Like when you send a message on Discord?
Oh shit, yeah. I can't remember what
I think I
the
just clicked
syntax
these
is.
eyes or whatever.
Maybe, yeah.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Seems balanced. Did I win? Did I fuck? I was playing Terran last game as well, right? Look at this shit. Apparently I'm like either playing too many units or too well, I guess. We're not good at Desert Strike, what can I say? I'm certainly not against people that play it all the time and actually know how to play it. Oh. I like how the guy didn't have an answer when I said, like, what unit composition is good against this? He said, use your imagination. Like, didn't even have an answer of, like, what's supposed to be good against that. Like, that's D-Web, fucking huge scouts that heal themselves and shit. Everything on the ground gets D-Webbed, and everything on the air gets anti-aired. It's like, shit, man. Crazy. All we did was rush gas. So we could have made less units and gone slightly faster gas would be better, I guess. You want to play in GT? I'm too tired, Ace. I've only had a few hours sleep. I won't be able to perform well in 1v1. Oh shit. Got 2 medics Zerg opening. God mode engaged. Yo, we back. Just grabbing some snacks.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Could squeeze that early probe actually, it would have been probably better.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
준비나 해라.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다.
준비나 해라.
보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다.
준비나 해라.
소환합니다.
것이니.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
다이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
완료되었습니다. 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 소환합니다.
Insufficient rescue gas.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
보호막하 무기 온라인.
Insufficient rescue gas.
완료되었습니다.
다이어를 위해서라면
전
이루어지리라.
파리에나에게도 맞출 수 있죠.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
파이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
그대에게 저주가 내리길.
위해서라면 이루어지리라.
완료 되었습니다. 완료되었습니다.
아이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
보스를 소환합니다.
준비나 해라.
완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니. 강화의 분노다. 보호막 가동 무기 온라인.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
전 파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
아이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라. 분노다. 어둠의 후예다.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Not enough minerals.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니. 보호막 가동 무기 온라인.
그대에게 저주가 내리길.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
아, 대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
Not enough minerals.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Round 75. Got there again. We got there again.
Do you think of our universe as just one giant computation?
I would even kind of say quantum computing is overhyped in that there's a few things quantum computing is going to be good at. One is breaking crypto systems, but we know how to make new crypto systems. What it's really good at is modeling other quantum systems. So for studying nanotechnology, it's going to be powerful. But quantum computing is not going to disrupt and change everything. But the reason I say that is this interesting group of strange people who helped invent quantum computing before it was clear anything was there. One of the main reasons they did it wasn't to make a computer that can break a crypto system. It was, you could turn this backwards. You could be surprised quantum mechanics can compute, or you can go in the opposite direction and say, if quantum mechanics can compute, that's a description of nature. So physics is written in terms of partial differential equations. That is an information technology from 2 centuries ago. The equations of physics are not, this would sound very strange to say, but the equations of physics, Schrodinger's equations and Maxwell's equations and all of them, are not fundamental. They're a representation of physics that was accessible to us in the era of having a pencil and a piece of paper. They have a fundamental problem, which is if you make a dot on a piece of paper, in traditional physics theory, there's infinite information in that dot. A point has infinite information. That can't be true because information is a fundamental resource that's connected to energy. And in fact, one of my favorite questions you can ask a cosmologist to trip them up is ask, is information a conserved quantity in the universe? Was all the information created in the Big Bang, or can the universe create information? And I've yet to meet a cosmologist who doesn't stutter and not clearly know how to handle that existential question. But sort of putting that to aside, in physics theory, the way it's taught, information comes late. You know, you're taught about X, a variable, which can contain infinite information, but physically that's unrealistic. And so physics theories have to find ways to cut that off. So instead, there are a number of people who start with a theory of the universe should start with information and computation as the fundamental resources that explain nature. And then you build up from that to something that looks like throwing baseballs down a slope. And so in that sense, the work on physics and computation has many applications that we've been talking about, but more deeply, it's really getting at new ways to think about how the universe works. And there are a number of things that are hard to do in traditional physics that make more sense when you start with information and computation as the root of physical theory.
So information and computation being the real fundamental thing in the universe.
Right. That information is a resource. You can't have infinite information in finite space. Information propagates and interacts, and from there you erect the scaffolding of physics. Now it happens, the words I just said look a lot like quantum field theories. But
how's everyone
there's
doing
an
today?
interesting way where instead of starting with
Listen to a
differential
little
equations
podcast
to
clip.
get to
I'm
quantum
playing
field
some
theories,
God Tower
and
Defense.
quantum field theories you get to quantization. If you start from computation and information, you begin sort of quantized, and you build up from there. And so that's the sense in which absolutely I think about the universe as a computer. The easy way to understand that is just almost anything is computationally universal, but the deep way is it's a real fundamental way to understand how the universe works.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Chipping away at that boss.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
We're not going to merge just yet, because there's a few missions we can get, like the free Hydra, one Zealot, maybe one more Hydra, for example. Try and get an early roll. Another Zealot's not ideal.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Was it 2D, 2 Marine? Yeah, 2DT, 2 Marine as well. We've got 2 in 1, so we need 1 more Marine. We'll do to
완료되었습니다. 소환합니다.
We need one Zealot so we can make that into a Dragoon. I'll make it to whatever it became. Happened to be a Dragoon, which is not very good, one of the worst. Level 2s probably. Unless you get it super early.
완료되었습니다. 소환합니다.
No man, I just wanted to get a little bit of mission. I'm not going to get it, so I might have to squeeze out the probe now. Try and farm the missions after squeezing out the probe. Okay.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Okay. We've got a little summon now.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Oh shit, some DPS on that. Yeah, we're fine.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals.
완료되었습니다.
Not enough minerals.
소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다.
I think spawning that was very wise.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
난 대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지? 나는 미래다.
보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals.
보스를 소환합니다.
Are you there, Is? What are you up to? I think T-Tuss might still be here as well.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Hey T-Tuss, what are you doing?
보스를 소환합니다.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, man?
What are you up to?
Just chilling.
You wanna play some GTD soon? What are you saying?
You can.
I managed to make it to 75 just a minute ago.
I'd have to turn you up. Hold on.
Well, as long as you don't turn me on.
I like doing that too.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다.
What were you saying, anyways? I'm sorry.
Oh, do you want to play some GTD after?
Yeah, we can. Is that what you're doing right now?
Yeah, I got to level 75, round 75 just a moment ago.
Nice, man.
Yeah, any half bird.
Have you found like a strategy that's working?
Kind of. I'm like doing a lot more missions early game.
I don't even know how that works, to be honest. Like,
Well, I can explain it to you in detail if you want me to try and go over it as much as I can.
that'd be cool.
So,
'Cause that,
have you actually looked at the mission tab thing where like you click on the unit and you click on the mission list to bring up the thing? Have you done that
I
yet?
don't even know. I don't even know what that is.
Alright, so next time you're in the game, like at the start of the game when you're not doing much, like keep spam clicking the flag in the bottom right to keep bringing up like the mission list, and it will say like medic 2 Zergling 1, meaning if you get 2 medics and 1 Zerglings you get the mission reward for that. to get a few bonus minerals for getting that combination of units, right? But you can only get that reward once from each one. But the thing about it is that early game, you don't necessarily need to merge to get damage, so you can like keep them all level 1 and try and farm out a couple of those missions early to try and boost up your minerals, if that makes sense. At least that's something that seems to be at least somewhat consistent. Doesn't seem too bad. It's not like sometimes you get completely fucked. It's not too bad. It's fairly consistent.
Where is this flag that you're talking about?
In the bottom right, when you click on the unit, like instead of clicking on the attack above it, there's like a little flag. It's Q by default. You can just spam Q.
Gotcha.
Keep spamming Q to keep bringing it up over and over again so it doesn't get like moved away. So like there's names of the mission reward, but just worry about what the units are. So like DT2 Marine 2 means 2 Dark Templars, you know, 2 Marines. Just worry about that. And when it's done, it'll be highlighted in yellow. So white.
You're actually paying attention to those.
Hmm? Say again?
You're actually paying attention to those missions.
Yeah. Like, recently I've been doing it more, where like I'm actually trying to get them early on and stuff, and actually trying to squeeze out as many mission rewards as I can as I go. Like, let's say I'm putting loads of Terran upgrades on and I've got a few ghosts. It's like I could merge the ghosts and get a tier 3, or I could keep the ghosts and try and roll for it a fight. I get the mission reward and then merge the ghosts. That just as an example.
전 파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 완료되었습니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 소환합니다.
Insufficient high-speed gas.
바이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
아이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
아이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
Hey, can you see my screen right now or not? Because if you can look at, do you want me to show you my mission list that I got right now?
Where you're not sharing on Discord.
Oh no, on my YouTube stream. If you right click on my Discord though, it should like have a watch stream button. If you like right click on my name, it should have like a watch stream option. It should be linked.
Yes, I see your GTD.
Okay, so look at my mission list. You see all the yellow colored in? That's look how many I've got. All those are completed. All the ones with yellow text.
Yeah.
보스를 소환합니다.
Oh, so some of the missions you don't want to merge shit. It's because I saw one that says it wants you to have 1 guardian and 3 fire.
Yeah, so I've got guardian here, and like sometimes I'll like keep the fire bats chilling, you know.
Yep.
I had more units selected. I was bleeding a bit too much there. Right, there's the fire bat, so I can merge that. Ah. It's not so good. Just got the god, but wasn't quick enough.
All right, but doing those missions probably helps, huh?
Oh yeah. Sometimes it can go really well as well if you get really lucky. You know, it can like give you a big boost. You can go on a pretty good run potentially. I mean, obviously you still got to survive and still farm bosses, but as long as you're not going to die, like, yeah, it's good to keep trying to squeeze out the mission rewards as you go. Yeah, there's snacks, okay. Got a little snack here, okay. Ace is like, he hears snacks. So started rustling. Ace is going to play. Alright, T-Toss, you're going to get your butt in it?
I don't know. I'm super like tired and lazy.
You're not playing them?
Nah. Go on, man. See, like with that, you don't even want to. You're not going to merge them right away.
Yeah, gotta get 3 Bengals.
Somebody you know well, you work
There you go, got 3
closely
Bengals, 10 minerals.
on some of the ideas behind OpenAI.
See what I mean?
Elon Musk. You have agreed on a lot of things. You've
Because you had
disagreed
2
on
of them
some
or
things.
something?
What have been
No,
some
I got 3
interesting things you've
Bengals and you
agreed
get
and
10
disagreed
minerals for the
on?
mission reward.
Speaking of fun debate on Twitter.
I think we agree
Oh, wait, I don't
on
think there's any other
the
Bengal. Well, wait, it's,
magnitude
Bengal
of the
meter, yeah,
downside
damage.
of AGI and the need to get not only safety right, but get to a world where people are much better off because AGI exists than if AGI had never been built.
Yeah.
That was kind of lucky, though.
What do you
So,
disagree on?
Elon is obviously attacking us some on Twitter right now on
three
a few
Bengals
different
straight
vectors, and I have
Yeah, it's lucky, but it doesn't
empathy
matter. Like,
because I
the whole
believe
point
he
is that you just keep spamming out level
understandably
1s
so,
and get
really
mission rewards, even if it
stressed
takes
about
rounds
AGI
and rounds
safety.
and rounds. Like, eventually you get
I'm
those
sure there are
mission
some
rewards.
other
You don't need the
motivations
extra
going on
damage from
too, but
merging
that's
necessarily.
definitely one of them. I saw this video of Elon a long time ago talking about SpaceX. Maybe it was on some news show, and a lot of early pioneers in space were really bashing SpaceX and maybe Elon too, and he was visibly very hurt by that and said, you know, those guys are heroes of mine and I sucks and I wish they would see how hard we're trying. I definitely grew up with Elon as a hero of mine. You know, despite him being a jerk on Twitter or whatever, I'm happy he exists in the world. But I wish he would do more to look at the hard work we're doing to get this stuff right.
A little bit more love. What do you admire in the name of love about Elon Musk?
I mean, so much, right? Like he has driven the world forward in important ways. I think we will get to electric vehicles much faster than we would have if he didn't exist. I think we'll get to space much faster than we would have if he didn't exist. And as a sort of like citizen of the world, I'm very appreciative of that. Also, like, being a jerk on Twitter aside, in many instances, he's like a very funny and warm guy.
And some of the jerk on Twitter thing, as a fan of humanity laid out in its full complexity and beauty, I enjoy the tension of ideas expressed. So, you know, I earlier said that I admire how transparent you are, but I like how the battles are happening before our eyes. As opposed to everybody closing off inside boardrooms. It's all laid out.
Yeah, you know,
He's only
maybe I
B-rank.
should hit back, and maybe
What's the
someday
meme, by
I
the way?
will,
He's
but
not.
it's not like my
Yeah,
normal
that's what I'm
style.
saying. Like that's where I'm going.
It's all fascinating to watch, and I think both of you are brilliant people and
How
have
about
early
that,
on
but
for a long time
definitely
really cared
closer to
about
A than B.
AGI and had great concerns about AGI, but a great hope for AGI. And that's
He
cool
could
to
be
see.
yes, though, if he wanted to, if you like
These
put in
big
any work.
minds having those discussions, even if they're tense at times.
So he's solid.
I think it was Elon that said that
He can be, yeah, but he does a
is
lot
too
of like
woke.
builds where he's like only
is
like
GPT too woke?
kind of having fun with
Can
the
you
build.
still
It's hard to
make a case that
tell
it
with
is
him
or
like
not?
how
This
much
is
he's
going
trying to
towards
win and how much
this,
he's like having fun.
Question about bias.
Honestly, I barely know what woke means anymore. I did for a while, and I feel like the word is morphed. So I will
honest,
say I
having
think it
fun is more
was too
important.
biased, and
Unless it's
will
a
always be.
competitive setting
There will
where
be
you
no
really
one
need to win
version
or
of
wanna win,
GPT
right?
that the world ever agrees is unbiased.
Having fun
What
keeps you playing.
I
which
think is
means
we've made a lot.
ultimately
Like,
you'll be better
again,
in the
even
long
some of our
run if
harshest
you're having
critics
fun always,
have
right?
gone
Yeah.
off and been tweeting about 3.5 to 4 comparisons and being like, wow, these people really got a lot better. Not that they don't have more work to do, and we certainly do, but I appreciate critics who display intellectual honesty like that. And there's been more of that than I would have thought.
Like just playing the game.
We will try to get the default version to be as neutral as possible, but as neutral as possible is not that neutral if you have to do it, again, for more than one person. And so this is where more steerability, more control in the hands of the user, the system message in particular, is, I think, the real path forward. And, as you pointed out, these nuanced answers to look at something from several angles.
Yeah, it's really, really fascinating. It's really fascinating. Is there something to be said about the employees of a company affecting the bias of the system?
100%. We try to avoid the SF groupthink bubble. It's harder to avoid the AI groupthink bubble that follows you everywhere.
There's all kinds of bubbles we live in.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm going on like a around the world user tour soon for a month to just go like talk to our users in different cities, and I can like feel how much I'm craving doing that because I haven't done anything like that since in years. I used to do that more for YC, and to go talk to people in super different contexts. And it doesn't work over the internet. Like to go show up in person and like sit down and like go to the bars they go to and kind of like walk through the city like they do. You learn so much and get out of the bubble so much. I think we are much better than any other company I know of in San Francisco for not falling into the kind of like SF craziness, but I'm sure we're still pretty deeply in it.
But is it possible to separate the bias of the model versus the bias of the employees?
The bias I'm most nervous about is the bias of the human feedback raters.
So what's the selection of the human? Is there something you could speak to at a high level about the selection of the human raters?
This is the part that we understand the least well. We're great at the pre-training machinery. We're now trying to figure out how we're going to select those people, how we'll like verify that we get a representative sample, how we'll do different ones for different places, but we don't have that functionality built out yet.
Such a fascinating science.
You clearly don't want like all American elite university students giving you your labels.
Well, see, it's not about...
I just can never resist that dig.
Yes, nice. But it's so that's a good... There's a million heuristics you can use. That's to me, that's a shallow heuristic because like any one kind of category of human that you would think would have certain beliefs might actually be really open-minded in an interesting way. So you have to like optimize for how good you are actually at doing these kinds of rating tasks. How good you are at empathizing with an experience of other humans.
That's a big one.
Like and being able to actually like, what does the worldview look like?
All right,
for all kinds of groups of people that would answer this differently. I mean, I have to do that
on the floor
constantly. So like,
you've asked this a few times, but it's something I often do. You know, I ask people in an interview or whatever to steelman the beliefs of someone they really disagree with, and the inability of a lot of people to even pretend like they're willing to do that is remarkable.
Yeah. What I find, unfortunately, ever since COVID, even more so, that there's almost an emotional barrier. It's not even an intellectual barrier. Before they even get to the intellectual, there's an emotional barrier that says no. Anyone who might possibly believe X, they're an idiot, they're evil, they're malevolent, anything you want to assign. It's like they're not even like loading in the data into their head.
Look, I think we'll find out that we can make GPT systems way less biased than any human.
Yeah. So hopefully without the...
Because there won't be that emotional load there.
Yeah, the emotional load. But there might be pressure. There might be political pressure.
Oh, there might be pressure to make a biased system. What I meant is the technology, I think, will be capable of being much less biased.
완료되었습니다. 타입이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Yo.
완료되었습니다.
You didn't say anything, did you? I had to step away to clean up and grab a drink.
You spilled your drink or something?
No. I like had to clean up some crumbs off the floor from a snack, and then I got a drink.
완료되었습니다.
Fortunately, I'm not a sausage monkey enough to spill my drink very often.
Yeah, I'm a sausage monkey and spill my fucking drinks all the time, man.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals.
완료되었습니다.
I'm here. But if you're there, then who is? Oh my god. You two are fucking.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
I don't know how I feel about the strategy you're doing, like with the mission list or whatever, but it seems like it's consistent and it gets you where you need to be. Like, I guess
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you merge when you need to merge, it's not like you need to like be diehard about it, but you can squeeze out some minerals along the way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you feel like you need to merge to survive, by all means, but if you can, squeeze out the extra minerals.
I don't even pay attention to that ever, so it's something to look at for sure.
You can use it as like an optimization thing, you know what I mean?
Like, you have the ghost.
소환합니다.
You had to fire ideally. There, I got the filer. Now I made your ghost. What's the fire bat? Okay. Need a guardian.
완료되었습니다.
Not enough minerals.
보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Yo.
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 What up, Semster?
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
자유를 위해서라면
You still in California, am I?
Nah, I'm in Ohio.
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 Ohio. Ohio.
what I need to do. I need to get the fuck out of California. It's too damn expensive here.
Fuck yeah, I bet it is.
It's nice though.
Nice, but is it worth the price?
Yeah.
Might be, honestly.
Well, it depends where they're at. If you're in San Diego, yeah. If you're in Sacramento or something, no.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
전 파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
완료되었습니다. 완료되었습니다.
바이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
타임이 완료되었습니다.
대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니. 단단해 내 목숨을.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Insufficient phosphate gas.
대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
보호막 가동.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를
Oops.
소환합니다.
Spawn too high level.
완료되었습니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
타임이 완료되었습니다.
우리의 힘은 영원할 것이니.
그대에게 저주가 내리게.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
전 파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
공격이 온라인. 바이어를 위해서라면 이루어지리라.
전 파리의 날개도 맞출 수 있죠.
스타일이 멋지시군요.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Do you want in on this game? Ace, do you want to join? Let me know and I'll make a slot for you. Ace. Oh shit. It's on now. Yeah, I had D&D turned on from when I was casting, I forgot.
The ribosome, who I mentioned a little while back, can make an elephant one molecule at a time. Ribosomes are slow. They run at about 1 molecule a second, but ribosomes make ribosomes. So you have trillions of them, and that makes an elephant. In the same way, these little assembly robots I'm describing can make giant structures, at part because of the robot can make the robot. So more recently, two of my students, Mira and Miana, had a Nature Communication paper showing how this robot can be made out of the parts it's making. So the robots can make the robot, so you build up the capacity of robotic assembly.
Following this conversation with Neil Gershenfeld, the director of MIT's Center for Bits and Atoms, an amazing laboratory that is breaking down boundaries between the digital and physical world, fabricating objects and machines at all scales of reality, including robots and automata that can build copies of themselves and self-assemble into complex structures. His work inspires millions across the world as part of the Maker movement to build cool stuff, to create, the very act that makes life so beautiful and fun. This is the Lex Figment Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Neil Gershenfeld. You have spent your life working with the boundary between bits and atoms, so the digital and the physical. What have you learned about engineering and about nature reality from looking at this divide, trying to bridge this divide?
I learned why von Neumann and Turing made fundamental mistakes. I learned the secret of life.
Yeah.
I learned how to solve many of the world's most important problems, which all sound presumptuous, but all of those are things I learned in that.
Okay, so Turing and von Neumann, let's start there. Some of the most impactful, important humans who have ever lived in computing. Why were they wrong?
So, I worked with Andy Gleason, who is Turing's counterpart. So, just
You opened your mouth like you were going to say something.
Turing is credited with the modern architecture of
No, it's like,
among many other things. Andy Gleason was his U.S. counterpart, and you might not have heard of Andy Gleason, but you might have heard of the Hilbert problem. And Andy Gleason solved the fifth one, so he was a really notable mathematician. During the war, he was Turing's counterpart. Then von Neumann is credited with the modern architecture of computing, and one of his students was Marvin Minsky. So I could ask Marvin what Johnny was thinking, and I could ask Andy what Alan was thinking. And what came out from that, what I came to appreciate as background, I never understood the difference between computer science and physical science. But Turing's machine, that's the foundation of modern computing, has a simple physics mistake, which is the head is distinct from the tape. So in the Turing machine, there's a head that programmatically moves and reads and writes a tape. The head is distinct from the tape, which means persistence of information is separate from interaction with information. Then von Neumann wrote deeply and beautifully about many things, but not computing. He wrote a horrible memo called the first draft.
I want to get some games in.
You get some games in.
Program a very early computer.
I mean, I could play you soon, but I can't promise the quality because I haven't had much sleep.
So the legacy of that is the computer somebody's using to watch this is spending much of its effort moving information from storage transistors to processing transistors, even though they have the same computational complexity. So in computer science, when you learn about computing, there's a ridiculous taxonomy of about 100 different models of computation.
I'll ask him if he'll play you.
In physics, a patch of space occupies space. It stores state. It takes time to transit.
I said no.
Interact.
I tried.
That is the only model of computation that's physical.
I tried semi.
Everything else is fiction. So I really came to appreciate that a few years back when I did a keynote for the annual meeting of the supercomputer industry, and then went into the halls and spent time with the supercomputer builders, and came to appreciate, see, if you're familiar with the movie The Metropolis, people would frolic upstairs in the gardens, and down in the basement people would move levers. And that's how computing exists today, that we pretend software is not physical, it's separate from hardware, and the whole canon of computer science is based on this fiction that bits aren't constrained by atoms, but all sorts of scaling issues in computing come from that boundary, but all sorts of opportunities come from that boundary. And so you can trace it all the way back to Turing's machine making this mistake between the head and the tape. Von Neumann he never called it von Neumann's architecture. He wrote about it in this dreadful memo, and then he wrote beautifully about other things we'll talk about. Now, to end a long answer, Turing and von Neumann both knew this. So all of the canon of computer scientists credits them for what was never meant to be a computer architecture. Both Turing and von Neumann ended their life studying exactly how software becomes hardware. So von Neumann studied self-reproducing automata, how a machine communicates its own construction. Turing studied morphogenesis, how genes give rise to form. They ended their life studying the embodiment of computation, something that's been forgotten by the canon of computing, but developed sort of off to the sides by a really interesting lineage.
So there's no distinction between the head and the tape.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm playing GTD right the second one.
Right. So I never understood the difference between computer science and physical science, and working at that boundary helped lead to things like my lab was part of doing, with a number of interesting collaborators, the first faster than classical quantum computations. We were part of a collaboration creating the minimal synthetic organism to design life in a computer. Those both involve domains where you just can't separate hardware from software. The embodiment of computation is embodied in these really profound ways.
So the first quantum computation.
It's a good way to take the edge off, Semi.
Synthetic life. So in the space of biology. Space of physics at the lowest level, and the space of biology at the lowest level. So let's talk about CBA, Center of Bits and Atoms. What's the origin story of this MIT, legendary MIT center that you were a part of creating?
In high school, I really wanted to go to vocational school where you learn to weld and fix cars and build houses. And I was told, no, you're smart, you have to sit in a room. And nobody could explain to me why I couldn't go to vocational school. I then worked at Bell Labs, this wonderful place before deregulation, legendary place.
This guy said just said to kick the computer.
Because I would go into the workshop and try to make something. And they would say, no,
kick the computer.
Tell somebody what to do.
Use the computer.
And it wasn't until MIT, and I'll explain how it started, but I could use GPA.
Why is there a computer in the game?
That dates back to the Renaissance. So
because
in the Renaissance,
they add computers to make the game look more full.
Oh, I see.
It was the path to liberation, birth of humanism. And so the liberal arts were the trivium,
very deceptive,
roughly language, natural science, and
good tactic.
At that moment, what emerged was this dreadful concept of the illiberal arts. So anything that wasn't the liberal arts was for commercial gain, and was just making stuff and wasn't valid for serious study. And so that's why we're left with learning to weld wasn't a subject for serious study, but the means of expression have changed since the Renaissance. So micro machining or embedded coding is every bit as expressive as painting a painting or writing a sonnet. So never understanding this difference between computer science and physical science, the path that led me to create CBA with colleagues was I was what's called a junior fellow at Harvard. I was visiting MIT through Marvin because I was interested in the physics of musical instruments. This will be another slight digression. At Cornell, I would study physics, and then I would cross the street and go to the music department where I played the bassoon, and I would trim reeds and play the reeds, and they'd be beautiful, but then they'd get soggy. And then I discovered in the basement of the music department at Cornell was David Gordon, who you might not have heard of, but is legendary in electronic music because he was really the first electronic musician. So Bob Moog, who invented Moog synthesizers, was a physics student at Cornell, like me, crossing the street. And eventually he was kicked out and invented electronic music. David Gordon was the first musician who created electronic music. So he's legendary for people like Phil Glass and Steve Reich. And so that got me thinking about I would behave as a scientist in the music department, but not in the physics department, but not in the music department. Got me thinking about what's the computational capacity of a musical instrument. And through Marvin, he introduced me to Todd Mackover at the Media Lab, who was just about to start a project with Yo-Yo Ma that led to a collaboration to instrument a cello, to extract Yo-Yo's data and bring it out into computational environments.
What is the computational capacity of a musical instrument? As we continue on this tangent, and we shall return to CBA.
Yeah. So one part of that is to understand the computing. And if you look at like the finest time scale and length scale you need to model the physics, it's not heroic. A good GPU can do teraflops today. That used to be a national class supercomputer. Now it's just a GPU. And that's about, if you take the time scales and length scales relevant for the physics, that's about the scale of the physics computing. For Yo-Yo, what was really driving it was he's completely unsentimental about the Strat. It's not that it makes some magical wiggles in the sound wave. It's performance as a controller. How he can manipulate it as an interface.
Interface between what and what is that?
him in sound. Okay. And so what it led to was, I had started by thinking about ops per second, but Yo-Yo's question was really resolution and bandwidth. It's how fast can you measure what he does, and the bandwidth and the resolution of detecting his controls and then mapping them into sounds. And what he found was, if you instrument everything he does and connect it to almost anything, it sounds like Yo-Yo. That the magic is in the control, not in ineffable details in how the wood wiggles. And so with Yo-Yo and Todd, that led to a piece. And towards the end, I asked Yo-Yo what it would take for him to get rid of his strat and use our stuff. And his answer was just logistics. It was, at that time, our stuff was like a rack of electronics and lots of cables and some grad students to make it work. Once the technology becomes as invisible as the strat, then sure, absolutely, he would take it. And by the way, as a footnote on the footnote, an accident in the sensing of Yo-Yo's cello led to a $100 million a year auto safety business to control airbags in cars.
How did that work?
I had to instrument the bow without interfering with it. So I set up local electromagnetic fields where I would detect how those fields interact with the bow he's playing. But we had a problem that his hand, whenever his hand got near these sensing fields, I would start sensing his hand rather than the materials on the bow. And I didn't quite understand what was going on with that interference. So my very first grad student ever, Josh Smith, did a thesis on tomography with electric fields, how to see in 3D with electric fields. Then through Todd and, at that point, research scientist in my lab, Joe Paradiso, it led to a collaboration with Penn and Teller, where we did a magic trick in Las Vegas to contact Houdini. And sort of these fields are sort of like, contacting spirits. So we did a magic trick in Las Vegas, and then the crazy thing that happened after that was Phil Rittmuller came running into my lab. He worked with, this became with Honda and NEC, airbags were killing infants and rear-facing child seats. Cars need to distinguish a front-facing adult where you'd save the life versus a bag of groceries where you don't need to fire the airbag versus a rear-facing infant where you would kill it. And so the seat need to, in effect, see in 3D to understand the occupants. And so we took the Penn and Teller magic trick derived from Josh's thesis from Yo-Yo's cello to an auto show. And all the car companies said, great, when can we buy it? And so that became Ellis's, and it was a $100 million a year business making sensors. There wasn't a lot of publicity because it was in the car, so the car didn't kill you. So they didn't sort of advertise, we have nice sensors so the car doesn't kill you. But it became a leading auto safety sensor.
And that started from the cello and the question of the computational capacity of musical instruments.
Right. So now, to get back to MIT, I was spending a lot of outside time at IBM research that had gods of the foundations of computing. There's just amazing people there. And I'd always expected to go to IBM to take over a lab, but at the last minute pivoted and came to MIT to take a position in the Media Lab and start what became the predecessor to CBA. Media Lab is well known for Nicholas Negroponte. What's less well known is the role of Jerry Wiesner. So Jerry was MIT's president, before that Kennedy's science advisor, grand old man of science. At the end of his life, he was frustrated by how knowledge was segregated. And so he wanted to create a department of none of the above. A department for work that didn't fit in departments. And the Media Lab, in a sense, was a cover story for him to hide a department. As MIT's president, towards the end of his tenure, if he said, I'm going to make a department for things that don't fit in departments, the departments would have screamed. But everybody was sort of paying attention to Nicholas creating the Media Lab, and Jerry kind of hid in it a department called Media Arts and Sciences. It's really the department of none of the above. And Jerry explaining that and Nicholas then confirming it is really why I pivoted and went to MIT. because my students who help create quantum computing or synthetic life get degrees from media arts and sciences, this department of none of the above. So that led to coming to MIT with Todd and Joe Paradiso and my colleague. We started a consortium called Things That Think, and this was around the birth of Internet of Things and RFID. But then we started doing things like work we can discuss that became the beginnings of quantum computing and cryptography and materials and logic and microfluidics. And those needed much more significant infrastructure and were much longer research arcs. So with a bigger team of about 20 people, we wrote a proposal to the NSF to assemble one of every tool to make anything of any size. Was roughly the proposal.
One of any tool to make anything of any size.
Yeah. So they're usually nanometers, micrometers, millimeters, meters are segregated, input and output is segregated. We wanted to look just very literally at how digital becomes physical and physical becomes digital. And fortunately, we got NSF on a good day, and they funded this facility of one of almost every tool to make anything. And so with a group of core colleagues that included Joe Jacobson, Ike Trang, Scott Manalis, we launched CPA.
So you're talking about nanoscale, microscale, nanostructures, microstructures, macrostructures, electron microscopes and focused ion beam probes for nanostructures, laser, micro machining and X-ray, microtomography for microstructures, multi-axis machining and 3D printing for macrostructures, just some examples. What are we talking about in terms of scale? How can we build tiny things and big things all in one place?
Yeah, so a well-equipped research lab has the sort of tools we're talking about, but they're segregated in different places. They're typically also run by technicians where you then have an account and a project and you charge. All of these tools are essentially when you don't know what you're doing, not when you do know what you're doing. In that they're when you need to work across time scales, where we don't, once projects are running in this facility, we don't charge for time, you don't make a formal proposal schedule, and the users really run the tools. And it's for work that's kind of inchoate, that needs to span these disciplines and length scales. And so, work in the project today, work in CBA today ranges from developing zeptajoule electronics for the lowest power computing to micromachining diamonds to take 10 million RPM bearings for molecular spectroscopy studies, up to exploring robots to build 100-meter structures in space.
Okay, can we, the three things you just mentioned, let's start with the biggest. What are some of the biggest stuff you attempted to build?
Sure. So, viewed from one direction, what we're talking about is a crazy, random seeming of almost unrelated project. But if you rotate 90 degrees, it's really just a core thought over and over again. Just very literally how bits and atoms relate, how digital, and it's just going from digital to physical in many different domains. But it's really just the same idea over and over again. So to understand the biggest things, let me go back to bring in now Shannon as well as von Neumann. Yeah, so what is digital? The casual, obvious answer is digital in 1 and 0. But that's wrong. There's a much deeper answer, which is Claude Shannon at MIT wrote the best master's thesis ever. In his master's thesis, he invented our modern notion of digital logic. Where it came from was Vannevar Bush was a grand old man at MIT. He created the post-war research establishment that led to the National Science Foundation. And he made an important mistake, which we can talk about. But he also made the differential analyzer, which was the last great analog computer. So it was a room full of gears and pulleys, and the longer it ran, the worse the answer was. And Shannon worked on it as a student, and he got so annoyed in his master's thesis he invented digital logic. But he then went on to Bell Labs, and what he did there was communication was beginning to expand. There was more demand for phone lines, and so there's a question about how many phone messages you could send down the wire. And you could try to just make it better and better. He asked a question nobody had asked, which is rather than make it better and better, what's the limit to how good it can be? And he proved a couple things, but one of the main things he proved was a threshold theorem for channel capacity. And so what he showed was my voice to you right now is coming as a wave through sound. And the further you get, the worse it sounds. But people watching this are getting it as packets of data in a network. When the computer they're watching this gets the packet of information, it can detect and correct an error. And what Shannon showed is if the noise in the cable for the people watching this is above a threshold, they're doomed. But if the noise is below a threshold, for a linear increase in the energy representing our conversation, the error rate goes down exponentially. Exponentials are fast. There's very few of them in engineering. And the exponential reduction of error below a threshold, if you restore state, is called the threshold theorem. That's what led to digital. That means unreliable things can work reliably. So Shannon did that for communication. Then von Neumann was inspired by that and applied it to computation. And he showed how an unreliable computer can operate reliably by using the same threshold property of restored state. It was then forgotten many years. We had to rediscover it, in effect, in the quantum computing era, when things are very unreliable again. But now to go back to how does this relate to the biggest things I've made? So in fabrication, MIT invented computer-controlled manufacturing in 1952. Jet aircraft were just emerging. There was a limit to turning cranks on a machine, on a milling machine, to make parts for jet aircraft. Now, this is a messy story. MIT actually stole computer-controlled machining from an inventor who brought it to MIT. Wanted to do a joint project with the Air Force, and MIT effectively stole it from him. So it's kind of a messy history. But that sounds like the birth of computer-controlled machining, 1952. There are a number of inventors of 3D printing. One of the companies spun off my lab by Max Lebowski's Form Labs, which is now a billion-dollar 3D printing company. That's the modern version. But all of that's analog, meaning the information is in the control computer. There's no information in the materials. And so it goes back to Vannevar Bush's analog computer. If you make a mistake in printing or machining, just the mistake accumulates. The real birth of computerized digital manufacturing is 4 billion years ago. That's the evolutionary age of the ribosome. So the way you're manufactured is there's a code that describes you, the genetic code. It goes to a micro machine, the ribosome, which is this molecular factory that builds the molecules that are you. The key thing to know about that is there are about 20 amino acids that get assembled. And in that machinery, it does everything Shannon and von Neumann taught us. You detect and correct errors. So if you mix chemicals, the error rate is about a part in 100. When you elongate a protein in the ribosome, it's about a part in 10 to the 4. When you replicate DNA, there's an extra level of error correction. It's a part in 10 to the 8. And so in the molecules that make you can detect and correct errors, and you don't need a ruler to make you. The geometry comes from your parts. So now, compare a child playing with Lego and a state-of-the-art 3D printer or computerized milling machine. The tower made by a child is more accurate than their motor control because the act of snapping the bricks together gives you a constraint on the joints. You can join bricks made out of dissimilar materials. You don't need a ruler for Lego because the geometry locally gives you the global parts, and there's no Lego trash. The parts have enough information to disassemble them. Those are exactly the properties of a digital code.
The unreliable is made reliable.
Yes, absolutely. So what the ribosome figured out 4 billion years ago is how to embody these digital properties, but not for communication or computation in effect, but for construction. So a number of projects in my lab have been studying the idea of digital materials. And think of a digital material just as Lego bricks. The precise meaning is a discrete set of parts reversibly joined with global geometry determined from local constraints. And so it's digitizing the materials. And so I'm coming back to what are the biggest things I've made. My lab was working with the aerospace industry. So Spirit Aero was Boeing's factories. They asked us for how to join composites. When you make a composite airplane, you make these giant wing and fuselage parts, and they asked us for a better way to stick them together because the joints were a place of failure. And what we discovered was instead of making a few big parts, if you make little loops of carbon fiber and you reversibly link them in joints, and you do it in a special geometry that balances being under-constrained and over-constrained with just the right degrees of freedom, we set the world record for the highest modulus ultralight material just by, in effect, making carbon fiber Lego. So, so lightweight materials are crucial for energy efficiency. This let us make that the lightest weight, high modulus material. We then showed that with just a few part types, we can tune the material properties, and then you can create really wild robots that instead of having a tool the size of a jumbo jet to make a jumbo jet, you can make little robots that walk on these cellular structures to build the structures, where they error correct their position on the structure and they navigate on the structure. And so using all of that with NASA, we made morphing airplanes. A former student, Kenny Chung and Ben Jeanette, made a morphing airplane the size of NASA Langley's biggest wind tunnel. With Toyota, we've made super efficiency race cars. We're right now looking at projects with NASA to build these for things like space telescopes and space habitats, where the ribosome, who I mentioned a little while back, can make an elephant one molecule at a time. Ribosomes are slow. They run at about 1 molecule a second, but ribosomes make ribosomes. So you have thousands of them, trillions of them, and that makes an elephant. In the same way, these little assembly robots I'm describing can make giant structures at heart because the robot can make the robot. So more recently, two of my students, Amira and Miana, had a Nature communication paper showing how this robot can be made out of the parts it's making. So the robots can make the robots, so you build up the capacity of robotic assembly.
You can self-replicate. Can you linger on what that robot looks like? What is a robot that can walk along and do error correction? And what is a robot that can self-replicate from the materials that is given? What does that look like? What are we talking
about? So
this is fascinating.
Yeah, the answer is different at different length scales. So to explain that, in biology, primary structure is the code in the messenger RNA that says what the ribosome should build. Yeah. Secondary structure are geometrical motifs, or things like helices or sheets. Tertiary structures are functional elements like electron donors or acceptors. Quaternary structure is things like molecular motors that are moving my mouth or making the synapses work in my brain. So there's that hierarchy of primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary. Now, what's interesting is if you want to buy electronics today from a vendor, there are hundreds of thousands of types of resistors or capacitors or transistors, huge inventory. All of biology is just made from this inventory of 20 parts of amino acids. And by composing them, you can create all of life. And so as part of this digitization of materials, we're in effect trying to create something like amino acids for engineering, creating all of technology from 20 parts. As another digression, I helped start an office for science in Hollywood, and there was a fun thing for the movie The Martian where I did a program with Bill Nye and a few others on how to actually build a civilization on Mars that they described in a way that I like, as I was talking about how to go to Mars without luggage. And at heart, it's sort of how to create life in non-living materials. So if you think about this primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary structure, in my lab, we're doing that, but on different length scales for different purposes. So we're making micro robots out of like nano bricks, and to make the robots to build large scale structures in space, the elements of the robots now are centimeters rather than micrometers. And so the assembly robots for the bigger structures are there are the cells that make up the structure, but then we have functional cells. And so cells that can process and actuate. Each cell can like move 1 degree of freedom, or attach or detach, or process. Now, those elements I just described, we can make out of the still smaller parts. So eventually there's a hierarchy of the little parts make little robots that make bigger parts of bigger robots that up through that hierarchy.
In that way, you can move up the length scale.
Right. Early on, I tried to go in a straight line from the bottom to the top, and that ended up being a bad idea. Instead, we're kind of doing all of these in parallel, and then they're growing together. And so to make the larger scale structures, we like there's a lot of hype right now about 3D printing houses where you have a printer the size of the house. We're right now working on using swarms of these table scale robots that walk on the structures to place the parts much more efficiently.
That's amazing. But you're saying you can't, for now, go from the very small to the very large.
That'll come. That'll come in stages.
Can we just linger on this idea? Starting from von Neumann's self-replicating automata that you mentioned. It's just a beautiful idea.
So that's at the heart of all of this. In the stack I described, so one student, Will Langford, made these micro robots out of little parts that then we're using for Miana's bigger robots up through this hierarchy. And it's really realizing this idea of the self-reproducing automata. So von Neumann, when I complained about the von Neumann architecture, it's not fair to von Neumann because he never claimed it as his architecture. He really wrote about it in this one fairly dreadful memo that led to all sorts of lawsuits and fights about the early days of computing. He did beautiful work on reliable computation and unreliable devices. And towards the end of his life, what he studied was how, and I have to say this precisely, how a computation communicates its own constructions. So a computation can store a description of how to build itself. But now there's a really hard problem, which is how, if you have that in your mind, how do you transfer it and wake up a thing that then can contain it? So how do you give birth to a thing that knows how to make itself? And so with Stan Ulam, he invented cellular automata as a way to simulate it. But that was theoretical. Now the work I'm describing in my lab is fundamentally how to realize it, how to realize self-reproducing automata. And so, this is something von Neumann thought very deeply and very beautifully about theoretically. And it's right at this intersection. It's not communication or computation or fabrication. It's right at this intersection where communication and computation meet fabrication. Now, the reason self-reproducing automata intellectually is so important because this is the foundation of life. This is really just understanding the essence of how to life. And in effect, we're trying to create life in non-living material. The reason it's so important technologically is because that's how you scale capacity. That's how you can make an elephant from a ribosome, because the assemblers make assemblers.
So simple building blocks that inside themselves contain the information how to build more building blocks, and between each other construct arbitrarily complex objects.
Right. Now, let me give you the numbers. So let me relate this to, right now we're living in AI mania explosion time. Let me relate that to what we're talking about. 100 petaflop computer, which is a current generation supercomputer, not quite the biggest one, does 10 to the 17 ops per second. Your brain does 10 to the 17 ops per second. It does about 10 to the 15 synapses, and they run at about 100 hertz. So as of a year or two ago, the performance of a big computer matched a brain. So you could view AI as a breakthrough, but the real story is within about a year or two ago, and let's see, the supercomputer has about 10 to the 15 transistors in the processors, 10 to the 15 transistors in the memory, which is the synapses in your brain. So the real breakthrough was the computers matched the computational capacity of a brain, and so we'd be sort of derelict if they couldn't do about the same thing. But now the reason I'm mentioning that is the chip fab making the supercomputer is placing about 10 to the 10 transistors a second. While you're digesting your lunch right now, you're placing about 10 to the 18 parts per second. There's an 8 order of magnitude difference. So in computational capacity, it's done. We've caught up. But there's 8 orders of magnitude difference in the rate at which biology can build versus state-of-the-art manufacturing can build. And that distinction is what we're talking about. That distinction is not analog, but this deep sense of digital fabrication, embodying code in construction. So a description doesn't describe a thing, but the description becomes the thing.
So you're saying, I mean, this is one of the cases you're making, and that this is this third revolution. We've seen the Moore's law in communication. We've seen the Moore's law-like type of growth in computation, and you're anticipating we're going to see that in digital fabrication. Can you actually, first of all, describe what you mean by this term, digital fabrication?
So the casual meaning is a computer controls a tool to make something. And that was invented when MIT stole it in 1950. There's the deep meaning of what the ribosome does, of a digital description doesn't describe a thing, a digital description becomes the thing. That's where that's the path to the Star Trek replicator, and that's the thing that doesn't exist yet. Now, I think the best way to understand what this roadmap looks like is to now bring in Fab Labs and how they relate to all of this.
What are Fab Labs?
So here's a sequence. With colleagues, I accidentally started a network of what's now 2,500 digital fabrication community labs, called Fab Labs, right now in 125 countries, and they double every year and a half. That's called Lass's Law after Sherry Lassiter, and I'll explain. So here's the sequence. We started Center for Bits and Atoms to do the kind of research we're talking about. We had all of these machines, and then had a problem. It would take a lifetime of classes to learn to use all the machines. So with colleagues who helped start CBA, we began a class modestly called How to Make Almost Anything. And there's no big agenda. It was aimed at a few research students to use the machines. And we're completely unprepared for the first time we taught it. We were swamped by, every year since, hundreds of students try to take the class. It's one of the most oversubscribed classes at MIT. Students would say things like, can you teach this at MIT? It seems too useful. It's just how to work these machines. And the students in the class, I would teach them all the skills to use all these tools, and then they would do projects integrating them, and they were amazing. So Kelly was a sculptor, no engineering background. Her project was, she made a device that saves up screams when you're mad and plays them back later. And
saves up screams when you're mad and plays them back later.
You scream into this device, and it deadens the sound, records it, and then when it's convenient, releases your scream.
Let me just creation, the art, I don't know, the brilliance. Who is this that created
Kelly
this?
Dobson.
Kelly Dobson.
Gone on to do a number of interesting things. Mijin, who's gone on to do a number of interesting things, made a dress instrumented with sensors and spines. And when somebody creepy comes close, it would defend your personal space.
They're also very
another project early on was a web browser for parrots, which have the cognitive ability of a young child and lets parrots surf the internet. Another was an alarm clock we wrestle with and prove it away. And what connects all of these is, so MIT made the first real-time computer, the Whirlwind. That was transistorized as the TX. The TX was spun off from MIT as the PDP. The PDPs were the mini computers that created the internet. So outside MIT was DEC, Time, Wang, Data General, the whole mini computer industry. The whole computing industry was there, and it all failed when computing became personal. Ken Olsen, the head of digital, famously said, "You don't need a computer at home." There's a little background to that, but that completely missed computing became personal. So I mention all of that because I was asking how to do digital fabrication, but not really why. The students in this how to make class were showing me that the killer app of digital fabrication is personal fabrication.
Yeah, how do you jump into the personal fabrication?
So Kelly didn't make the screen body because it was for a thesis. She wasn't writing a research paper. It wasn't a business model. It was because she wanted one. It was personal expression, going back to me in vocational school. It was personal expression in these new means of expression. So that's happened every year since.
It literally is called, the course is literally called How to Make Almost Anything.
Yep.
A legendary course at MIT.
Yep.
Every year.
And it's grown to multiple labs at MIT with as many people involved as teaching as taking it. And there's even a Harvard lab for the MIT class.
What have you learned about humans colliding with the Fab Lab, about what the capacity of humans to be creative and to build?
I mentioned Marvin. Another mentor at MIT, sadly no longer living, is Seymour Papert. So Papert studied with Piaget. He came to MIT to get access to the early Piaget was a pioneer in how kids learn. Papert came to MIT to get access to the early computers with the goal of letting kids play with them. Piaget helped show kids are like scientists. They learn as scientists, and it gets kind of throttled out of them. Seymour wanted to let kids have a broader landscape to play. Seymour's work led with Mitch Resnick to Lego, Logo, Mindstorms, all of that stuff. As Fab Lab spread, and we started creating educational programs for kids in them, Seymour said something really interesting. He made a gesture. He said it was a thorn in his side that they invented what's called the Turtle, early robot kids could program to connect it to a mainframe computer. Seymour said the goal was not for the kids to program the robot, it was for the kids to create the robot. And so in that sense, the Fab Labs, which for me were just this accident, he described as sort of this fulfillment of the arc of kids learn by experimenting. It was to give them the tools to create, not just assemble things and program things, but actually create. So coming to your question, what I've learned is MIT, a few years back, somebody added up businesses spun off from MIT, and it's the world's 10th economy. It falls between India and Russia. And I view that in a way as a bad number because it's only a few thousand people, and these aren't uniquely the 4,000 brightest people. It's just a productive environment for them. And what we found is in rural Indian villages, in African shanty towns, in Arctic hamlets, I find exactly, precisely that profile. So Ling sighted a few hours above Tromsø, way above the Arctic Circle. It's so far north the satellite dishes look at the ground, not the sky. Hans Christian in the lab was considered a problem in the local schools because they couldn't teach him anything. I showed him a few projects. Next time I came back, he was designing and building little robot vehicles. And in South Africa, I mentioned Soshangovi, in this apartheid township, the local technical institute taught kids how to make bricks and fold sheets. It was punitive. But Chapiso in the Fab Lab was actually doing all the work of my MIT classes. And so over and over, we found precisely the same kind of bright, inventive creativity. And historically, the answer was, you're smart, go away. It's sort of like me in vocational school. But in this lab network, what we could then do is, in effect, bring the world to them. Now let's look at the scaling of all of this. So there's one Earth, 1,000 cities, 1 million towns, 1 billion people, 1 trillion things. There was one whirlwind computer. MIT made the first real-time computer. There were thousands of PDPs. There were millions of hobbyist computers that came from that. Billions of personal computers, trillions of Internet of Things. So now if we look at this Fab Lab story, 1952 was the empty mill. There are now thousands of Fab Labs, and the Fab Lab costs exactly the same cost and complexity of the mini computer. So So on the mini computer, it didn't fit in.
Didn't play against Semi. I mean,
video games,
exit Semi.
email, word processing, really anything you do, the internet, anything you do with a computer today happened in that era because it got on the scale of a work group, not a corporation. In the same way, fab labs are like the mini computers inventing how does the world work if anybody can make anything. Then if you look at that scaling, fab labs today are transitioning from buying a machine to make machines making machines. So we're transitioning to you can go to a fab lab not to make a project but to make a new machine. So we talked about the deep sense of self-replication. There's a very practical sense of fab lab machines making fab lab machines. And so that's the equivalent of the hobbyist computer era, what it's called the Altair historically. Then the work we spent a while talking about assemblers and self-assemblers, that's the equivalent of smartphones and Internet of Things. That's when, so the assemblers are like the smartphone, where a smartphone today has the capacity of what used to be a supercomputer in your pocket. And then the smart thermostat on your wall has the power of the original PDP computer. Not metaphorically, but literally, and now there's trillions of those. In the same sense, that when we finally merge materials with the machines and self-assembly, that's like the Internet of Things stage. But here's the important lesson. If you look at the computing analogy, computing expanded exponentially, but it really didn't fundamentally change. The core things happened in that transition in the mini-computer era. So in the same sense, the research now we spent a while talking about is how we get to the replicator. Today you can do all of that if you close your eyes and view the whole fab lab as a machine. In that room you can make almost anything, but you need a lot of inputs. Bit by bit, the inputs will go down and the size of the room will go down as we go through each of the stages.
So how difficult is it to create a self-replicating assembler, self-replicating machine that builds copies of itself or builds a more complicated version of itself, which is kind of the dream towards which you're pushing in a generic, arbitrary sense?
I had a student, Nadia Peak with Jonathan Ward, who for me started this idea of how do we use the tools in my lab to make the tools in the lab.
Yes.
In a very clear sense, they are making self-reproducing machines. So one of the really cool things that's happened is there's a whole network of machine builders around the world. So there's Danielle and now in Germany, and Jens in Norway, and each of these people has learned the skills to go into a fab lab and make a machine. And so we've started creating a network of super fab. So the fab lab can make a machine, but it can't make a number of the precision parts of the machine. So in places like Bhutan or Kerala in the south of India, we started creating super fab labs that have more advanced tools to make the parts of the machine so that the machines themselves become even cheaper. So that is self-reproducing machines, but you need to feed it things like bearings or microcontrollers. They can't make those parts. But other than that, they're making their own things. And I should note as a footnote, the stack I described of computers controlling machines to machine making machines to assemblers to self-assemblers, view that as Fab 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're transitioning from Fab 1 to Fab 2, and the research in the lab is 3 and 4. At this Fab 2 stage, a big component of this is sustainability in the material feedstocks. So Alicia, a colleague in Chile, is leading a great effort looking at how you take forest products and coffee grounds and seashells and a range of locally available materials and produce the high-tech materials that go into the lab. So all of that is machine building today. Then back in the lab, what we can do today is we have robots that can build structures and can assemble more robots that build structures. We have finer resolution robots that can build micromechanical systems. So robots that can build robots that can walk and manipulate. And we're just now, we have a project at the layer below that where there's endless attention today to billion-dollar chip fab investments. But a really interesting thing we passed through is today, the smallest transistors you can buy as a single transistor, just commercially for electronics, is actually the size of an early transistor in an integrated circuit. So we're using these machines, making assemblers to place those parts, to not use $1 billion chip fab to make integrated circuits, but actually assemble little electronic components.
So have fine enough, precise enough actuators and manipulators that allow you to place these transistors.
Right, that's a research project in my lab called DICE, on discrete assembly of integrated electronics. And we're just at the point to really start to take seriously this notion of not having a chip fab make integrated electronics, but having not a 3D printer, but a thing that's a cross between a pick and place makes circuit boards in 2D. The 3D printer extrudes in 3D. We're making sort of a micro manipulator that acts like a printer, but it's placing to build electronics in 3D.
But this micro manipulator is distributed, so there's a bunch of them, or is this one centralized thing?
Oh, so that's why that's a great question. So I have a prize that's almost but not been claimed for the students whose thesis can walk out of the printer.
Oh, nice.
So you have to print the thesis with the means to exit the printer, and it has to contain its description of the thesis that says how to do that.
It's a really good. I mean, it's a fun example of exactly the thing we're talking about.
And I've had a few students almost get to that. And so in what I'm describing, there's this stack where we're getting closer, but it's still quite a few years to really go from a... So there's a layer below the transistors where we assemble the base materials that become the transistor. We're now just at the edge of assembling the transistors to make the circuits. We can assemble the micro parts to make the micro robots. We can assemble the bigger robots. And in the coming years, we'll be packing together all of those scales.
So do you see a vision of just endless billions of robots at different scales, self-assembling, self-replicating and building complicated structures?
Yes. And the but to the yes but is, let me clarify two things. One is that immediately raises King Charles' fear of gray goo, of runaway mutant self-reproducing things. The reason why there are many things I can tell you to worry about, but that's not one of them, is if you want things to autonomously self-reproduce and take over the world, that means they need to compete with nature on using the resources of nature, of water and sunlight. And in light of everything I'm describing, biology knows everything I told you. Every single thing I explained, biology already knows how to do. What I'm describing isn't new for biology, it's new for non-biological systems. So in the digital era, the economic win ended up being centralized, the big platform. In this world of machines that can make machines, I'm asked, for example, what's the killer opportunity? Who's going to make all the money? Who to invest in? But if the machine can make the machine, it's not a great business to invest in the machine. In the same way that if you can think globally but produce locally, then the way the technology goes out into society isn't a function of central control, but is fundamentally distributed. Now, that raises an obvious kind of concern, which is, well, doesn't this mean you could make bombs and guns and all of that? The reason that's much less of a problem than you would think is making bombs and guns and all of that is a very well-met market need. Anywhere we go, there's a fine supply chain for weapons. Now, hobbyists have been making guns for ages, and guns are available just about anywhere. So you could go into the lab and make a gun. Today, it's not a very good gun, and guns are easily available. And so generally, we run these labs in war zones. What we find is people don't go to them to make weapons, which you can already do anyway. It's an alternative to making weapons. Coming back to your question, I'd say the single most important thing I've learned is the greatest natural resource of the planet is this amazing density of bright, inventive people whose brains are underused. And you could view the social engineering of this lab work as creating the capacity for them. And so in the end, the way this is going to impact society isn't going to be command and control. It's how the world uses it. And it's been really gratifying for me to see just how it does.
Yeah, but what are the different ways the evolution of the exponential scaling of digital fabrication can evolve? So you said, self-replicating nanobots, right? This is the gray goo fear. It's a caricature of a fear. But nevertheless, there's interesting, just like you said, spam and all these kinds of things that came with the scaling of communication and computation. What are the different ways that malevolent actors will use this technology?
Yeah, well, first, let me start with the benevolent story, which is trash is an analog concept. There's no trash in a forest. All the parts get disassembled and reused. Trash means something doesn't have enough information to tell you how to reuse it.
Yeah.
It's as simple as there's no trash in a Lego room. When you assemble Lego, the Lego bricks have enough information to disassemble them. So as you go through this Fab 1, 2, 3, 4 story, one of the implications of this transition from printing to assembling. So the real breakthrough technologically isn't additive versus subtractive, which is the subject of a lot of attention and hype. 3D printers are useful. We spun off companies like Formlabs, led by Max for 3D printing. But in a fab lab, it's one of maybe 10 machines. It's used, but it's only part of the machines. The real technological change is when we go from printing and cutting to assembling and disassembling. But that reduces inventories of hundreds of thousands of parts to just having a few parts to make almost anything. It reduces global supply chains to locally sourcing these building blocks. But one of the key implications is it gets rid of technological trash, because you can disassemble and reuse the parts, not throw them away. And so initially that's of interest for things at the end of long supply chains, like satellites on orbit. But one of the things coming is eliminating technical trash through reuse of the building blocks.
So like when you think about 3D printers, you're thinking about addition and subtraction. When you think about the other options available to you in that parameter space, as you call it, that's going to be assembly, disassembly, cutting, you said?
So the 1952 NC mill was subtractive. You remove material. And 3D printing, additive, and there's a couple claims to the invention of 3D printing. That's closer to what's called net shape, which is you don't have to cut away the material you don't need, you just put material where you do need it. And so that's the 3D printing revolution. But there are all sorts of limitations on 3D printing to the kinds of materials you can print, the kind of functionality you can print. We're just not going to get to making everything in a cell phone on a single printer. But I do expect to make everything in a cell phone with an assembler. And so instead of printing and cutting technologically, it's this transition to assembling and disassembling. Going back to Shannon and von Neumann, going back to the ribosome 4 billion years ago. Now, you come to malevolence. Let me tell you a story about, I was doing a briefing for the National Academy of Sciences group that advises the intelligence communities. And I talked about the kind of research we do. And at the very end, I showed a little video clip of Valentina in Ghana making, a local girl making surface mount electronics in the Fab Lab. And I showed that to this room full of people. One of the members of the intelligence community got up livid and said, "How dare you waste our time showing us a young girl in an African village making surface mount electronics. We need to know about disruptive threats to the future of the United States." And somebody else got up in the room and yelled at him, "And you idiot, I can't think of anything more important than this." But for two reasons. One reason was because if we rely on like informational superiority in the battlefield, it means other people could get access to it. But this intelligence person's point, bless him, wasn't that. It was getting at the root causes of conflict. Is if this young girl in an African village could actually master surface mount electronics, it changes some of the most fundamental things about recruitment for terrorism, impact of economic migration, basic assumptions about an economy. It's just existential for the future of the planet.
But, you know, we've just lived through a pandemic. I love chewing gum. The possibilities that are positive are endless.
Yeah.
But the possibilities that are negative are still nevertheless extremely important. Both positive and negative. What do you do with a large number of general assemblers?
Yeah. With the Fab Lab, you could roughly make a biolab, then learn biotechnology. Now, that's terrifying because making self-reproducing gray goo that outcompetes biology, I consider doomed because biology knows everything I'm describing and is really good at what it does. In how to grow almost anything, you learn skills in biotechnology that would let you make serious biological threats.
And when you combine some of the innovations you see with large language models, some of the innovations you see with AlphaFold, so applications of AI for designing biological systems, for writing programs, which you can with large language models increasingly so, there seems to be an interesting dance here of automating the design stage of complex systems using AI, and then that's the bits. And you can leap, now the innovations you're talking about, you can leap from the complex systems in the digital space to the printing, to the creation, to the assembly at scale of complex systems in the physical space.
Yeah, so something to be scared about is a Fab Lab can make a biolab can make biotechnology, somebody could learn to make a virus. That's scary. That's unlike some of the things I said I don't worry about, that's something I really worry about that is scary. Now, how do you deal with that? Prior threats we dealt with command and control. So like early color copiers had unique codes and you could tell which copier made them. Eventually you couldn't keep up with that. There was a famous meeting at Asilomar in the early days of recombinant DNA where that community recognized the dangers of what it was doing and put in place a regime to help manage it. And so that led to the kind of research management. So MIT has an office that supervises research and it works with the national office. That works if you can identify who's doing it and where. It doesn't work in this world we're describing. So anybody could do this anywhere. And so what we found is you can't contain this. It's already out. You can't forbid because there isn't command and control. The most useful thing you can do is provide incentives for transparency. So, but really the heart of what we do is you could do this by yourself in a basement for nefarious reasons, or you could come into a place in the light where you get help and you get community and you get resources. And there's an incentive to do it in the open, not in the dark. And that might sound naive, but in the sort of places we're working, again, bad people do bad things in these places already, but providing openness and providing transparency is a key part of managing these. And so it transitions from regulating risk as regulation to soft power to manage.
So there's so much potential for good, so much capacity for good that Fab Labs and the ability and the tools of creation really unlock that potential.
Yeah, and I don't say that as sort of dewy-eyed naive. I say that empirically from just years of seeing how this plays out in the community.
I wonder if it's the early days of personal computers, though, before we get spam, right?
In the end, most fundamentally, literally the mother of all problems is who designed us. So assume success and that we're going to transition to the machines making machines, and all of these new sort of social systems we're describing will help manage them and curate them and democratize them. If we close the gap I just led off with of 10 to the 10 to 10 to the 18, between chip fab and you, we're ultimately, in marrying communication, computation, and fabrication, going to be able to create unimaginable complexity. And how do you design that? And so I'd say the deepest of all questions that I've been working on goes back to the oldest part of our genome. So in our genome, what are called hot genes, and these are morphogenes. And nowhere in your genome is the number 5. It doesn't store the fact that you have 5 fingers. What it stores is what's called a developmental program. It's a series of steps, and the steps have the character of like grow up a gradient or break symmetry. And at the end of that developmental program, you have 5 fingers. So you are stored not as a body plan, but as a growth plan. And there's 2 reasons for that. One reason is just compression. Billions of genes can place billions of cells. But the much deeper one is evolution doesn't randomly perturb. Almost anything you did randomly in the genome would be fatal or inconsequential, but not interesting. But when you modify things in these developmental programs, you go from like webs for swimming to fingers, or you go from walking to wings for flying. It's a space in which search is interesting. So this is the heart of the success of AI. In part, it was the scaling we talked about a while ago. And in part, it was the representation for which search is effective. AI has found good representations. It hasn't found new ways to search, but it's found good representations.
And you're saying that's what biology, that's what evolution has done, is created representations, structures, biological structures through which search is effective.
And so the developmental programs in the genome beautifully encapsulate the lessons of AI. And it's embodied, it's molecular intelligence. It's AI embodied in our genome. It's every bit as profound as the cognition in our brain, but now this is sort of thinking in molecular thinking in how you design. And so I'd say the most fundamental problem we're working on is it's kind of tautological that when you design a phone, you design the phone, you represent the design of the phone. But that actually fails when you get to the sort of complexity that we're talking about. And so there's this profound transition to come. Once I can have self-reproducing assemblers placing 10 to the 18 parts, you need to not sort of metaphorically, but create life in that you need to learn how to evolve. But evolutionary design has a really misleading, trivial meaning. It's not as simple as you randomly mutate things. It's this much more deep embodiment of AI and morphogenesis.
Is there a way for us to continue kind of evolutionary design that led us to this place in the early days of bacteria, single-cell organisms, the ribosomes, and the 20 amino acids?
You mean for human augmentation? Or?
For life. I mean, what would you call assemblers that are self-replicating and placing parts? What is that? The dynamic, complex thing built with digital fabrication. What is that? That's life.
So ultimately, absolutely, if you add everything I'm talking about, it's building up and creating life in non-living material. And I don't view this as copying life. I view it as deriving life. I didn't start from how does biology work and then I'm going to copy it. I start from how to solve problems, and then it leads me to, in a sense, rediscover biology. So if you go back to Valentina in Ghana making her circuit board, she still needs a chip fab very far away to make the processor in her circuit board. For her to make the processor locally, for all the reasons I described, you actually need the deep things we were just talking about. And so it really does lead you. So there's a wonderful series of books by Gingery. Book 1 is how to make a charcoal furnace, and at the end of book 7 you have a machine shop. So it's sort of how you do your own personal industrial revolution. ISRU is what NASA calls in-situ resource utilization, and that's how do you go to a planet and create a civilization. ISRU has essentially assumed Gingery. You go through the Industrial Revolution and you create the inventory of 100,000 resistors. What we're finding is the minimum building block for a civilization is roughly 20 parts. So what's interesting about the amino acids is they're not interesting. They're hydrophobic or hydrophilic, basic or acidic. They have typical but not extremal properties, but they're good enough you can combine them to make you. So what this is leading towards is technology doesn't need enormous global supply chains. It just needs about 20 properties you can compose to create all technology as the minimum.
What the fuck? How did this drone get over here? What the fuck is going on?
There's going to be 20 basic building blocks based on which the self-replicating assemblers can work.
Right, and I say that not philosophically, just empirically, sort of that's where it's heading. And I like thinking about how you bootstrap a civilization on Mars, that problem. There's a fun video on bonus material for the movie where with a neat group of people we talk about it, because it has really profound implications back here on Earth about how we live.
What does that civilization on Mars look like that's using ISRU, that's using these 20 building blocks and does self-assembly?
Yeah, go through primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary. You know,
We got.
You extract properties like
Yeah, my teammate was new to the game.
Magnetic,
We did okay considering he was completely new to the map.
Flexural. These are the kind of roughly 20 properties. With those are enough for us to assemble logic, and they're enough for us to assemble actuation. With logic and actuation, we can make micro robots. The micro robots can build bigger robots. The bigger robots can then take the building block materials and make the structural elements that you then do to make construction, and then you boot up through the stages of a technological civilization.
By the way, where in the span of logic and actuation did the sensing come in?
Oh, I skipped over that, but my favorite sensor is a step response. So if you just make a step and measure the response to the electric field, that ranges from user interfaces to positioning to material properties. And if you do it at higher frequencies, you get chemistry. And you can get all of that just from a step in an electric field. So for example, once you have time resolution in logic, something as simple as
kind of like not like dinner, but I've had some food.
Capable sensing. So we've been talking about all the work I do.
I had lunch and some snacks since then.
How it happens.
I've had some things.
Where do ideas come from? And
you hungry?
Where do ideas come from?
So I had.
You want to do something after you've finished eating?
He wrote a really influential thing called The Endless Frontier. So science won World War II. The more known story is nuclear bombs. The less well-known story is the Rad Lab. So at MIT, an amazing group of people invented radar, which is really credited as winning the war. So after the war, called The Endless Frontier. So science won World War II. The more known story is nuclear bombs. The less well-known story is the Rad Lab. So at MIT, an amazing group of people invented radar, which is really credited as winning the war. So after the war, grand old man from MIT and was charged with science won the war. How do we maintain that edge? And the report he wrote led to the National Science Foundation, and the modern notion we take for granted, but didn't really exist before then, of public funding of research or research agencies. In it, he made, again, what I consider an important mistake, which is he described basic research leads to applied research, leads to applications, leads to commercialization, leads to impact. And so we need to invest in that pipeline. The reason I consider it a mistake is
What's up, man?
almost all
Minerals
of the
operation.
examples we've been talking about
How
in
you
my
doing, buddy?
lab went backwards.
Receiving
Basic
headquarters.
research came from applications. And
Hey, what you been up to?
further, almost all of the
Oh, not shit.
examples we've been talking about came
Just trying to
fundamentally from mistakes.
So here I am,
You're trying to what?
just procrastinating.
Worked on
What are you procrastinating? Doing map shit?
but in failing something
No,
happened. So the way I
loading
like
up
to
a
describe
trailer.
it is ready aim fire is you do your homework. You
Wait, a
aim
trailer for what?
carefully at
Tournament?
something, a target you want to accomplish. Right,
Loading up a
then
trailer
aim
up
the
full
target
of
and
wood.
succeed.
Oh, like a literal
What I
trailer.
do,
Okay, yeah.
you can
Yeah,
think of as
currently the
ready
trailer is
fire.
empty, just sitting there.
You do a lot of work to get ready.
And I'm sitting
Then
here.
you close your eyes
Well,
and you
this
don't
is a
really
good
think
start.
about where you're aiming.
Yes,
But you
excellent,
look
excellent.
very carefully where you get it, where you aim after you fire. And the reason that's so important is
Made it through my drinking binge, and I look forward to not doing that again for another month.
the best you can hope is hit what you aim at. So let me give you
How much did you drink?
I don't know.
This is a source of great
Good
lines.
I haven't drank in a while, and then I drank for like 3 nights. Not responsible. Doesn't get me anywhere.
Were you doing it because of nerves or stress, or was there any particular reason? Or
I don't know.
Before it started,
Because I wanted to, I guess.
Right. How do you feel after those sort of sessions? Like, do you feel like shame, guilt, and stuff, or is it just whatever? Or you just realize you shouldn't do it, or how do you feel after the fact?
I don't know. I sleep a lot. My sleep schedule gets fucked up, or I don't know.
This was really before there was modern RFID. And
I guess there's pros and cons, but mostly cons.
Something we just take for granted commercially, and there was a problem of how you sense multiple objects at the same time. And
When was the last time you did something like that?
how you can materials
About a month or so ago.
that could let you distinguish multiple objects simultaneously. To do that, you need nonlinearity.
I don't know. I don't count the days.
Signal is
Yeah.
modulated. And so I was looking for material sources of nonlinearity, and that led me to look at
Any updates about the maps and shit? Or?
Not really. Not yet.
the sort of things you use when you like go in an MRI machine. And so I was studying
How you feeling about all that?
that it was a bad idea. You couldn't remotely use it
Okay.
for shoplifting tags.
I got a headset. I'm gonna try.
But I realized you could shoot. And so with a group of colleagues thinking about early quantum computing, like David DiVincenzo and Charlie Bennett, was articulating what are the
Not enough minerals.
Hey, really? I'm playing this bad. I'm still ahead of everyone. What the fuck are these guys doing?
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Oh, minerals. He's gonna get a new headset or something from his truck. From his truck. Random micro challenge. Yeah, let's play a micro map. In turn rate 24.
What are you up to?
Dicking around on UMS. Just join a random micro map right now. Why you wanna do something?
No, not right this second.
Right, in general, you wanna do something?
Maybe in a little bit.
Okay. Okay, man.
Excellent. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Should put more D-webs down, maybe. It's a bit too skimpy with them. They're gonna detect you. Oh, it's do a recall, okay. Fuck. It's got like way more damage or something, what the fuck? He had like way more damage than I thought he had, so I thought it was like easy, but it's like, oh, he has twice as much damage as normal. It's like way different calculation. Fuck, I aggroed them, man. That's bullshit. Ah. Oh.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
We needed to plague them twice. I didn't realise that they would aggro like that. I should have kept my Valkyries all the way at the top. It was just dumb. Just kept my Valkyries here like this, and it's easy. I've never really played this before, I don't think, so kind of not sure what to do on the levels, but need to be a bit more thoughtful about it. It was a bit silly just to try and be cocky with the Valkyries and run down like that. They're all low HP. Just kill them, please. Okay, thank you, thank you. Perfectly calculated, guys. Yeah, boy. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is this, dude? Fuck is this dumb shit, man? Whoa, okay. Yeah, 'cause this is gonna come up in a game. What? Huh? The fuck was what? Oh, so I just use this level for free now because I didn't realize the bird was even part of it. What the fuck, dude? I need the bird to attack this. The fuck's that? What? Okay. We won. We won the micro challenge. Nice. hard. Hard. You acquire additional minerals.
There's this fucking video on Twitch that keeps getting recommended to me on the front page. It's been on the front page of Twitch for me for like the last week. It's fucking called AI Jesus. Some fucking like religious artificial intelligence that's supposed to be Jesus.
You know why not?
Fucking retard.
Hey, you got something against AI Jesus?
Man, believe in whatever you want. What to fucking think that AI is gonna Jesus is gonna talk to that. Man, just keep fucking drinking the Kool-Aid, bro.
Hey man, AI Jesus, what are you gonna do?
The future we're gonna live in.
What if we are AI?
Thank you, AI Jesus. Feel your Holy Spirit.
소환합니다. 소환합니다. 소환합니다.
How's your eggs, Ace? You still watching?
완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 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 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다.
보호막하도 무기 온라인.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
준비나 해라.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
It's way too early to go for the 4, but that's okay. You cleaned up cat shit and gave them food? Oh, nice, Ace. Well, I'm glad the cat's all taken care of. How long is it until they're staying with you for? Like, how many more days is it? 'Cause I know it was fairly soon they were going back.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Yeah, put some more gas into the turns. We've got this level 4. It's not looking ideal. A little bit risky. It's only early days, only around 40, but still looking a little bit iffy. Get another arc on. Was it 2 high temples or one? Oh, we did the high temple one. Hey, what's up, Ozzy? You pet your cat to make it feel some happiness, since we'll probably eat it soon. Why eat cats when you have cows? But to be fair, maybe cat tastes good, never tried it. Hey, Ozzy, what are you up to? You want to do some 3s or something?
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Just got inside for milking, gonna try to finish the octopus game thing. Oh, fair enough, man.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
This guy, man. Lagging his face off. Last night when I logged in, Emily said hi. I said, if you tell me hi, it just means you're hoping I'll get you some wins. And she just said, yes. Oh dear, man. What can you do? It's pretty funny though, I'm not gonna lie. At least she's honest. I like to know where I stand with people. Can't stand dishonest people.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다.
No.
Oh yeah?
No. No.
타이밍 완료되었습니다.
Just no, dude.
I'll think about it.
Maybe. We'll talk about it. Okay, let's see.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
I have to get back to you about that one.
Insufficient breastfeeding gas.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다. 타이밍 완료되었습니다.
아, 대체 왜 이렇게 잘났지?
보스를 소환합니다.
Insufficient breastfeeding gas.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Insufficient breastfeeding gas.
타이밍 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다. 소환합니다.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
보호막하도 무기 온라인.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 보스를 소환합니다.
I'm doing a map dump on this Korean map website, but fucking haven't ever uploaded anything on it ever.
Oh.
My first time uploading.
What are you gonna put on it?
Been all my maps.
I'm not playing them because he's not very good and I can make cookies.
Oh, I see. Oh shit! Fuck!
Download different.
Fuck! I just bled so much because I was reading
with
fucking.
bases. I've seen them play. See mine.
Oh shit! I don't even know.
그대에게 저주가 내리길.
Insufficient.
타임이 완료되었습니다.
I just bled so much reading that message. Ah.
타임이 완료되었습니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다.
Not enough minerals.
보스를 소환합니다. 타임이 완료되었습니다.
Level 69 can eat my dick. Why are you jealous over there?
No.
ZVP11E come. Charge. Fucking Desert Strike, dude. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh man.
Require more minerals. Evolution complete. Require more minerals.
Can get the hydrogen down quick enough. Just made pool, maybe. We do the building first, then the research.
Require more minerals. 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 Spawn more minerals. Require more minerals. Evolution complete. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Spawn more minerals. Evolution complete. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Wow. I uploaded a map here and there is somebody fucking commented on it like 1 minute after I put it up.
What did they write? Fuck you, Minerals.
It's a good map with the feeling of Lost Temple. I wonder, I don't really know how Cafe Never worked. It's like a social media site, Facebook, green site.
Hmm.
Wonder if people have like notifications set on their phone or something. Well,
Maybe, yeah.
but this page is hella active. There's like fucking 102,000 members of this site. It's predominantly like a EUD, like use map settings map site. Have a
Hmm.
yeah. Fucking dumping them all. Seeing people post my maps on this site talking about decoration before.
Need more decoration in your maps, man. It's not flashy enough.
Like,
I'm joking.
talking about decoration. Special decoration.
What decoration? What?
Decoration on our map, Coral Shallows.
Oh yeah, that map. Yeah.
One of the
That was a
maps
weird
that
map.
ASL said made him dizzy. But I don't know.
You did it. You got it to work versus B
It's a whole
Terran.
different community
You're gonna
over
show me the
here.
replay. Alright, Ace. Well, let's see if we can win this Desert Strike game first. And then I'm all yours for the rest of the evening if you want. You can show me it. I'll try and... What did you do exactly? Like which variation of it or whatever? Yeah, give me a word bringers. It's so dumb because it just like stands here and does nothing. Because the way the map triggers work, it's telling my units to attack here, so it just goes and stands here and does nothing. It's so sausagey.
Damn, there's already fucking 4 comments on this. What the fuck?
Nice.
You guys are acting. That's dope. Okay, okay. See you, Korean scene. It's almost like they're alive or something.
He was mega confused because he couldn't find your third 5 ultra and means plus 2 tanks you don't apply. GG wants to work out this.
What's up, dude?
Nice. That's what's up, bro.
Fucking lit, fam.
Lit fam dinger. This map seems so bullshit for Zerg. I'm not sure what he's fucking supposed to build. What? And his units just zone out my units. They can't even do anything. Seems good. That's just so much.
site's pretty dope. Like it.
Well, I'm glad you like it. How the fuck does Zerg ever win against this shit? It seems so broken, dude. Mass Hydra and Great Aspire, apparently. Is that's gotta be a joke. Yeah, I will. You gotta go Pusagi like that guy. Hey, 1 second. I'm literally just checking, like, what was he doing at the start? Okay. Dude takes his guess like 220. So he's ahead on gas and winning the fight. Jesus fuck. How does Mass Hydra work against this? I don't understand. Does he make sense? It's gotta be a troll, dude. Like, what the fuck? He's maxing out his gas and winning the fucking... Well, I guess I'll start to win now because he went pure gas, but only for like a moment. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah, but then they go like mass scouts and shit. Go, go, go. Apparently just pure Hydra Great Aspire is enough. Don't know if I believe that. He lost the drone. Oh no, you took this base. Oh my god. Oh shit, it's a rough opening. Well, he certainly won't expect you to take the fucking 3 o'clock base. He's gonna see the creep as he walks past if he pays attention. He's like, oh fuck. Like just barely cleaned up nicely. Oh, he doesn't have +2 weapons on the way. He's trying to get tanks and shit. Like he's fucked. Doesn't have +2 bio on the way, so. Yeah, it's definitely his sort of style. Aggressive macro Zerg. Alright guys, gonna be ending the stream. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Take it easy, have a good night, stay cool.